Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. NATO members gather in Brussels to discuss Ukraine peace plans as US negotiators fail to achieve a breakthrough with Putin.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the French president travels to Beijing to discuss the ongoing conflict as well as trade ties with China's President Xi. And Israel announces the Rafah crossing will open in the coming days, allowing Gazans to enter Egypt in accordance with the ceasefire agreement. Now, NATO foreign ministers are in Brussels today as they discuss ongoing peace talks to end the war in Ukraine. Last night, US negotiators failed to achieve a breakthrough with Russia's President Vladimir Putin on the Trump-backed deal. The Kremlin say Putin has not rejected the proposal and the talks were merely just the first exchange of opinions. Here's what NATO's Secretary-General Mark Rutte had to say a little bit earlier.
We all want the bloodshed to end, and I strongly welcome President Trump's continued efforts to bring about a just and lasting peace. And as negotiations proceed, we cannot waver in our commitment to Ukraine. We are delivering essential, lethal and non-lethal US capabilities, including desperately needed air defense. And today, we heard from allies who are committing more resources to support Ukraine through Pearl, including Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway and Poland. And this means that allies and partners have already committed now really over $4 billion. Ukraine continues to show incredible resilience. Putin believes he can outlast us, but we are not going anywhere.
Let's go live to Brussels now to speak to correspondent Jack Parrock. Jack, thank you so much for joining us. So one of the big questions around the American drive on the peace deal is to commit that Ukraine will not try to join the NATO military alliance. What's happened on this very issue in Brussels today?
Yeah, I mean, it's the big thorny issue. And as part of Trump's 28-point peace plan, it was one of the big issues for the NATO military allies. It's been a difficult thing for them to discuss. Essentially, this is one of the red lines for the Russians and would allow for a peace deal to be done. We heard some grumblings from some European ministers as they went in. Now, what's interesting about this meeting, at the beginning of the report and when you were doing the introduction, there was a pan across the ministers. I think we can see it on screen right now. Of the ministers here in Brussels today. Significant absence, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State. He has not attended these meetings, sending instead a lower level and frankly quite NATO skeptic member of his cabinet. And this shows a further deterioration of how the European side are being sidelined out of these peace negotiations, and they are extremely frustrated. We heard the Pearl, this is a funding instrument for Ukraine, the prioritized Ukraine requirements list it's called, additional money. They're hoping to get to about $5 billion of investment, but that money is essentially in Europeans investing in US arms to help Ukrainians. So it's a further sort of support for the Americans as well. But this meeting, again, while the meetings are going on in Moscow, shows the European frustrations at how sidelined they are out of these peace deal negotiations that are being led by the US side.
And Jack, let's talk about that a little bit more, because what's the atmosphere like between the Americans and the Europeans, considering the US has been sidelined, as you just say, and the Europeans feel very sidelined, very frustrated, and things are not getting done?
Yeah, they're not going their way. We saw it. It really started in those Geneva peace talks, not last weekend, the weekend before. We saw that the Europeans were in a hotel. The Ukrainians shuttled up between that hotel and up to the US mission to Geneva, and that's happened again. We see the meetings with senior US officials in Moscow, no Europeans present. And the Europeans are really concerned about this, not only because of the financial support and the support for the war effort that they've put in for Ukraine, but also because they have personal concerns that if the war were to spill over, especially the Baltic countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Poland, they are worried that this war could continue, that Russia would eventually want to bring their countries back into the sphere of influence and sphere of power of Moscow. These are NATO members and they are EU members as well. And that is why they are concerned about it. We heard some quite strident comments from the Polish Foreign Minister, Sikorski, on his way into these meetings today. But the frustrations, as much as they can express them, they are not getting the Europeans back into that inner circle sphere of influence with the United States. It's not working at the moment, and it's very complicated. The Europeans are struggling to find how to get that power back, how to get that influence back.
And there has been a change today on EU purchases of Russian energy. They have agreed to phase out natural gas imports, if I'm right, Jack. But this has been a big criticism from the US towards the EU that they're still buying energy from Russia despite this war.
Yeah, I mean, the economic ties, especially around gas, have been really, really complicated. So while those NATO ministers meeting have been going out in the area that's out towards the airport in Brussels, in the EU quarter, they have announced this proposal, this agreement, between the different European Union institutions to phase out natural gas, both liquefied natural gas that gets imported in boats and pipeline gas that comes in through pipelines, obviously, and that in a sort of staggered way. Now, this is an important issue because the Europeans, while they've been funding Ukraine's war effort, they've also been continuing to import that gas. There have been countries, Hungary, Slovakia, who are very dependent on those gas imports that have pushed very hard not to get that in, but there have been some negotiations around that. This also has a broader international angle. If the EU isn't importing from Russia, then it has to import from other places, significantly the United States. There's some coincidence that has happened today here in Brussels at the same time, but also Gulf states as well. Just one other sideline issue on this. There's a big battle in the European Union over how to continue the financing of Ukraine's war effort with Russian frozen assets that are held in a financial institution here in Brussels called Euroclear. There's about 140 billion euros. The Belgians are saying that they will not release that money. There's growing pressure on them to do so from other European countries, other European states. But they've really dug their heels in today. The Belgian foreign minister entering those NATO meetings made it very clear that the Belgian position is not changing, that they don't feel that they have the support for if a peace deal were to come about and then the Russians said, hey, we want that money that was frozen back, but they'd already sold it, used it to fund Ukraine. It's very complicated. As I said, the Belgians dug their heels in today.
It is complicated, but you broke it down brilliant for us. Thank you so much, Jack Parrock there in Brussels.
Thanks for having me.
We can now speak to the director of the Westminster Alliance for Ukraine, Roger Cascarli. Roger, thank you so much for joining me. We just obviously heard from our reporter in Brussels a little bit earlier, and he was saying how complicated things are. But Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are heading back to the US without Russia agreeing to their latest peace plan. Russia is clearly in no mood to compromise on Ukraine. We've been here before. Does it feel like Groundhog Day?
Leigh Ann, we have, thank you. We have been here before, and I think we will be here again many times over. What I would like to really say, Jack gave a very detailed and good analysis of what's happening today and in these few days, but we need to keep the longer-term perspective in mind. Putin does not have really a game plan for getting out of this war. He needs the war to shore up his position at home, and this is not going to end anytime soon. And of course, it's important that the Europeans have more of a say, but the most important thing for the Europeans to do is to wake up. I think the leaders have, but I don't think the European publics have, and understand that Putin represents not just an ongoing threat to Ukraine, but an ongoing threat to the rest of Europe. And Europe is not in a position at the moment to defend itself. I don't think the United States is going to abandon Europe altogether, but Europe has to do much more to defend itself.
And we talk about a long-term perspective like you do, and NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte was speaking a little bit earlier, and he says the alliance needs to be unwavering and vigilant against Russia. And I found that line quite interesting, and you just mentioned something to me there, Roger. Is Russia the most significant threat to the NATO alliance and territory in European countries at the moment?
Yes, it is the most significant threat, in my view, and we do need to have that resolve that Mark Rutte talked about. We need to continue to support the resilience of the Ukrainian people. We need to step up the resources. So we need resilience, resources, resolve. That's what Mark Rutte's speech is about. But we also need a strategy, and I'm not sure that there is a strategy at the moment, and it needs to be a strategy that the United States and the Europeans can agree on, and we're still quite a long way off from that. And of course, that plays into Putin's hands. He wants the NATO allies to be divided. I don't think they're divided. I think they're very united in terms of values, and I think there is no illusion on the part of the Americans or the Europeans as to the threat that Vladimir Putin places to Europe. But I think there is a difference on strategy and tactics and resolve. And underlying that is, the need for Europe to step up and do more, contribute more than it is at the moment. That's got to be part of the long-term strategy of standing up to Putin.
And Roger, I found it really interesting because Finland's President Alexander Stubb actually gave an interview today, and he says a just peace in Ukraine is unlikely. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, I know Alexander Stubb, I'm sure he gave a very good speech, and I think that is very important that you have justice with peace. I'm very pleased to hear him saying that. And of course, that would mean that Ukraine would need all of the occupied territory back, and it's very difficult to see how it's going to get that back without further bloodshed. So I think that what is needed now is a ceasefire, and then the conflict will continue for many years, but it's important that the violence stops, that the killing stops. But I don't think that will itself immediately lead to a resolution of all the outstanding issues. Ultimately, the question of the territory of Ukraine, in my view, is a question for the Ukrainian people. And so with justice, you need to say there needs to be democracy, and we need to hear the voice of the Ukrainian people. There's a lot of talk in Brussels, and we're discussing this now, Leigh Ann, about the Europeans, how much they have over the Americans. But what about the Ukrainian people themselves? So I think a just resolution, a just peace in the end, has got to be something that has the support of the Ukrainian people themselves.
And Roger, I just want to talk to you about money. So 2/3 of the member states of NATO have committed to the weapons for Ukraine through the Pearl programme. $4 billion has been committed so far. But does that fall well short of what Ukraine actually needs? Because I've been reading some analysis, and Ukraine could run out of money potentially by February. So it's a really scary place right now.
Yes, I think that's a very welcome question, because Ukraine needs money in the short term and in the long term, and that $4 billion is not enough. We need to unlock the 140 billion or 150 billion amounts of dollars and euros of Russian assets that are in those banks in Brussels. But let me also say, Leigh Ann, you mentioned is it about to run out of money before February? There is an urgent need for money. So releasing those assets, that would be the right thing to do, but that's going to take time. In the meantime, there's a plan to use the assets to secure loans that could go to Ukraine now, and we're very much in favour of that in the Westminster Alliance for Ukraine. So whatever happens to the unfreezing and seizing, going from freezing to seizing the Russian assets in Brussels, they do need to be seized and not just frozen. Something needs to happen now. We need to use the assets to leverage loans that can be paid for ultimately through reparations, so that the money can flow now. Ukraine needs the resources now. By hook or by crook, we need to get Ukraine the resources it needs now. It needs those urgently.
It's a very critical time right now for Ukraine. Roger Casali, thank you so much for giving me your insights and analysis there. French President Emmanuel Macron has arrived in China for his fourth state trip to the country. The visit comes as Europe looks to counter economic and security threats from Beijing, a critical supplier of rare earths during a time of trade turmoil. Jan David reports from Beijing.
We've been here before. It was all smiles as Emmanuel Macron welcomed Xi Jinping to France last year, the cordiality masking rising tensions between China and Europe. Macron is now reciprocating the visit. It's a key test for the French leader, who is expected to attempt to reconfigure trade between China and Europe and push Beijing to pressure Russia towards a ceasefire in Ukraine. Experts say he will need the confidence.
He needs to be very firm. Xi Jinping will never be our friend. We mustn't be lured by a special one-on-one relationship Macron has suggested. It doesn't work because these leaders are steeped in ideology.
His trip begins with a visit to Beijing's Forbidden City before meeting with Xi on Thursday in the capital. Trade tensions have risen as US tariffs have flooded Europe with cheap Chinese exports. In July, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said ties were at an inflection point. The EU is also anxious about China's electric vehicle and rare earth dominance. Macron's team says he'll try to reconfigure trade dynamics and secure investment, such as an order of 500 jets for French company Airbus. Macron's visit comes at a pivotal time. Élysée Palace sources say a key focus of his trip will be increasing Chinese investment in France and increasing French companies' market access in China. But the war in Ukraine will also be high on the agenda. As negotiations to end the conflict are ongoing, Macron hopes he can push Beijing to increase pressure on Russia to reach a negotiated settlement that includes Ukrainian security guarantees. But Beijing is looking to present itself as a reasonable business partner.
China will work with France to step up strategic communication, deepen practical cooperation, and enhance coordination in multilateral affairs.
And there's always panda diplomacy. China has hinted at further loans of the animal to France after Paris returned a pair recently. While a panda breeding facility is located near the Chinese city of Chengdu, where Macron and Xi will travel on Friday, a visit by the top leaders is not officially on the cards. The First Ladies, however, are set to make the trip. Jan David, Arabiya English.
Israel says a Rafah crossing will be opened in the coming days to let Gazan residents cross into Egypt as part of the ceasefire deal. An Israeli official has said all Palestinians will be able to exit through Rafah as long as Egypt agrees to accept them. The route has been sealed off since May 2024 and was temporarily opened in February this year to evacuate the sick and wounded. I'm now joined by Dan Pfefferman, national security analyst and editor of Middle East 24. Dan, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you on. Israel is preparing to open the key border crossing to let Gazans travel into Egypt. Why has Israel made this decision now?
According to the terms of the 20-point Trump plan, which we've not seen in its entirety, but we know the more or less the points of it, Israel was supposed to open the Rafah crossing. This is a crossing that previous to this war, Israel had not controlled this. This was managed between the Egyptians and the Palestinian Authority. But of course, throughout the course of this war, Israel took control of Rafah, a key arms smuggling point between Egypt and Gaza. And as mentioned in your report, with the exception of a few months window between January and May, this has been closed again to try to restrict the exit of Hamas fighters, the entrance of arms into Gaza. The issue is that while all the living hostages have been returned to Israel, there are still the remains, the bodies of 2 deceased hostages who have yet to be returned to Israel. There is some pressure on Israel there to try to move along the ceasefire deal. And so Israel has agreed to open it for the exit of Gazans. Specifically, there are some estimated to be some 16,000 sick or wounded Gazans who require treatment outside of medical treatment outside of Gaza. And it is not yet agreeing, Israel is not yet agreeing to open the crossing for the re-entry of Palestinians, according to the plan, until the Hamas or Islamic Jihad return the remaining two bodies of hostages that they still hold.
So, Dan, as you said to me, Israel is moving forward with the ceasefire despite those remains being returned to Israel and not being the hostages themselves, but they are under pressure. Things are moving forward. And when we talk about this Rafah crossing and people getting out, and you mentioned there it will be people who need hospital treatment, who've been wounded or are severely sick, but will it also allow the flow of aid into Gaza? Because there's been a lot of criticism that Israel has not let in the amount of aid trucks that were agreed in that ceasefire agreement.
Well, again, we're waiting here for Hamas to uphold its end of the agreement. It dragged out the return of the living hostages by more time than was expected. It definitely dragged out the return of the deceased hostages. Until now, they have still not been returned, and it's been a number of months. And so there is an attempt, kind of a carrot and a stick approach here by Israel to try to bring about more, cooperation from the Palestinian side of the ceasefire. Of course, aid has been flowing in. The UN itself, certainly no fan of Israel, not one to withhold criticism, has mentioned that more aid, than is necessary for months at a time has flown in. So that doesn't seem to be an issue. And I'm not aware of Israel withholding any humanitarian or food aid from going into the Strip.
I've spoken to some people on the show who are humanitarian workers, and they have said to me there's not nearly enough coming in, but we won't focus on that right now. Dan, what I want to ask you is who is going to control and provide security for the Gazans using the Rafah crossing, and how safe will it be for those wishing to leave the Strip? Because since the ceasefire did take effect, Israeli attacks have killed at least 360 Palestinians and injured 922, and Israel has violated the ceasefire agreement at least 591 times from the 10th of October to the 2nd of December. We are getting these figures from the government media office in Gaza, but I just want to ask you, how safe will people be and who will be controlling this?
Well, I want to push back on your characterization of Israel seemingly waking up out of the blue and violating a ceasefire. These are military reactions to Hamas violations of the ceasefire. Whether it's planned by Hamas or not, that's something that we can discuss, and I don't actually quite know the answer to that. What we do know is that a number of Hamas fighters, whether under orders or acting on their own, whether they got the memo, so to speak, or not, attacked Israeli troops on the Israeli side of the ceasefire line. And so Israel has responded to such violations by Hamas. The area around the Rafah border crossing is under Israeli control, is not under Hamas control. From what I understand, it will be a Palestinian authority managed by an EU commission, an EU delegation mechanism, and of course Egypt on the other side. So it's very hard for me to see that this would be unsafe for Gazans, for Palestinians wishing to safely exit the Strip into Egypt. Of course, this still requires the Egyptians to agree to want to allow Gazans into their territory, something they have been very hesitant to do throughout the entire 2 years of this war. And so we're still waiting to see the details of what this will look like, and it's supposed to come into effect, if approved by the various sides, within the coming days.
Dan, just another quick question for you on a different topic. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition is divided over the ultra-Orthodox conscription bill. How much a risk does this actually pose to Netanyahu's leadership in Israel and the coalition?
You know, he's managed to survive a number of different attempts to unseat him. Here we see an attempt. This is a consistently divisive issue in Israeli society. This is something that is able to get hundreds of thousands of people in the streets on either side of this issue. And he has, in the last years, in the number of prime ministerial terms that he's had, managed to coalesce the two ultra-Orthodox parties around him And of course, the promise is to continue to push for very lax laws on their engagement into the military, something which is incredibly frustrating for the rest of Israeli society, especially after these last 2 years of what Israelis see as an existential war. He's going to have to fight an uphill battle to try to convince the rest of the Israeli public who does serve in the army that this is somehow in their interest. But of course, I've learned to never count out Netanyahu when an election is on the line. What was the saying? No eternal friendships, only interests. And so he knows how to maneuver the political camps very much in his favor. He knows how to make promises and pushing off the payment of those promises as much as possible, certainly to keep his coalition in order and to keep himself in the prime ministerial seat.
Dan Pfefferman, great analysis there on Netanyahu staying in power. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
President Trump has told reporters he does not want Somali immigrants in the United States and they should go back to where they came from. Speaking during a cabinet meeting, the US president said America would go the wrong way if they kept taking garbage into the country. It comes as ICE officers prepare to crack down in Minnesota, which is home to a large Somali community. Here's more on what President Trump had to say.
Where Somalia, which is barely a country, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Jaagruti Duvi. Jaagruti, thank you so much for joining me today. So we obviously just heard some pretty heated words there from President Trump. Why is he targeting immigrants from Somalia?
Yeah, he was there in that cabinet meeting, asked about Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who's been, one of his nemesis from the Democratic side. And he really used the opportunity to lash out at Tim Walz and these allegations and investigations of fraud that's been taking place in Minnesota under Tim Walz's watch. And then he used that as an opportunity to lash out more broadly at the Somali community. And he's been looking at Somalians in the US for a while now. Another of his nemesis is the Democratic Congresswoman Representative Ilhan Omar, who they've sparred on many occasions, and he called her garbage as well in this outburst in this cabinet meeting. And Ilhan Omar hit back. She's hit back many times before. She did it again on social media. She said that his obsession with me is creepy. But this is just part of his ongoing snowballing push on anti-immigration and his crackdown on immigrants in the United States. You see this particularly swelling after that shooting in Washington, D.C., where a National Guard member was killed. The suspect there was an Afghan national, and whilst the immediate policies in the aftermath were pertaining to the refugee status and applications for Afghan refugees, you can see his administration then sweeping out to other countries, and Somalia has been in his crosshairs as a part of this broader sweep against immigration.
And Jaagruti, following Trump's remarks on Somalian immigrants, reports are now suggesting US immigration officials are planning an operation in Minnesota. What more do we know about this?
Yes, this is reporting initially from the New York Times saying that this is going to primarily, it says, target undocumented Somali immigrants in the twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. And this is an effort that apparently is going to begin this week. We're seeing actually other efforts underway. The Department of Homeland Security has announced ICE agents will be being sent to New Orleans for similar crackdowns that we've seen in cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, all Democrat-run cities. Again, it's part of this sweeping anti-immigration crackdown that President Trump has presided over. The New York Times is also saying that that those who are living under final deportation orders are the ones who are going to be affected. But it could be that other undocumented migrants are swept up in this as well. This is unsurprisingly causing a lot of fear and concern in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, in the state itself, and local officials have come out in support of Somalis. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, who presides over the largest community of Somalis in the United States, he said that to our Somali community, we love you, we stand with you, and we aren't backing down.
And sticking with the president and his Republican Party, they have won a special House election in Tennessee, but there are some warning signs for next year's midterms. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, so the victor in these elections is a Trump-backed Republican, and he won very narrowly. It was by 54% to 45%, so 9 points. His opponent was of the progressive camp in the Democratic Party, those who back people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And so despite a progressive opponent, despite this being in a very conservative area where his victory really should have been a shoo-in, winning only on single-digit margins is quite something and unexpected, and it's causing some people to be concerned about the midterms. That, is this vote that we're seeing in conservative areas a repudiation of the Trump administration's policies and of the president himself, and his focus where foreign policy has taken over his agenda? The Epstein scandal has overshadowed a lot of his base's real concerns, which are to do with affordability. And that was something that has come out in this particular election, in this race, that affordability was a key issue that seems to have been forgotten by the White House. And so with that in mind, what could this spell for the midterms next year? And that is something that people are going to be closely looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. Jagruti Duvi in Washington, thank you for your time. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said he watched the US strike against a supposed drug smuggling vessel and did not see survivors in the water. The attack in the Caribbean has been scrutinized over its legality as President Trump and Hegseth distanced themselves from the incident. Some critics believe the second strike that killed the boat occupants could amount to a war crime. The search for the missing Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 will resume later this month. The flight first went missing over a decade ago. Exploration firm Ocean Infinity is leading the current search and will only get paid if it finds the Boeing 777. German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier has met British monarch King Charles today at the start of a 3-day state visit. Steinmeier is the first German president to be given the official invite in 27 years. The German leader will also give a speech in the UK Parliament during his stay. And a US truck driver has been rescued from a bridge in West Virginia after crashing through the barrier. The trailer lost control on the ice and was left dangling for 5 hours and nearly 100 feet above the ground. Rescue teams used a crane to lift the man from the truck and bring him to safety. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Luxury fashion house Prada has acquired Versace for over $1 billion. The deal is well below the $2 billion that Versace's former parent company Capri Holdings paid for the brand. The CEO of Capri Holdings said the proceeds for the sale will help cut the company's debt. And to all the sports news now, FIFA will no longer offer flat-rate prices for tickets to the 2026 World Cup. The cheapest ones will start from $60 in the group stage, whilst the final cost supports $6,000 each. FIFA has defended its decision, saying the new strategy will ensure fair access to fans. Now, professional tennis player Ons Jabeur is used to competing on the court, but now she's opening up a training academy for future stars. The Tunisian is taking a break from competitive tennis to fulfill a lifelong dream, as she encourages young people to get into the game. I caught up with her recently to hear all about the Ons Jabeur Academy at the Academic City campus here in Dubai. Take a listen. Ons Jabeur, professional tennis player and all-round inspiration. You're opening your academy in Dubai today. How does this moment feel to you?
It's a dream come true, really. I always wanted to have my academy. You know, to be honest, want to start in Tunisia, but in Dubai they opened the doors for me, and you know how they encourage sports here. So it was great to just have my first academy here. I would say create champions. You know, if we can say that from my region, from the Arab world, I feel like we have a lot of talented people that they can achieve, you know, and be, why not, number one in the world. So we hope we can do that. It's not about doing a business, but it's really about creating champions.
You've been a very, very successful tennis player from the Arab and African world, ranked world #2, and you've inspired so many people. How difficult was it to get in the top 10 coming from Tunisia?
It's definitely more difficult than coming from like Europe or US, you know. Usually they have the experience with sponsors as well. It's much easier to sponsor someone from that country than from my country, unfortunately. But you know, I think the tennis is evolving. People start to know more about, you know, the African and Arab region, which is, you know, that's what I wanted, you know. So I hope we can change that perspective. I hope I can share my experience with the young kids and really inspire them to become, you know, champions. They are little champions, and hopefully they become big champions, you know. I feel like it's very important to do that for sure.
Ons, you've taken a little bit of a break away from tennis and you're really concentrating on the humanitarian side of things. You've spoken out about how difficult it is for people in Gaza. How are you helping them with your foundation, and is the world doing enough?
It's always not enough. As long as, you know, the war is still going there, it's always not enough. I think every human being deserves to live, deserves to survive. You know, unfortunately we're talking about surviving, which is the minimum thing that anybody could have, you know. And unfortunately I really hate politics, and I wish we can end this and everybody would live in peace. But through my foundation I'm trying to help a little bit in my country, in Tunisia, and hopefully in the future in Africa. Through WFP we're trying to help a lot in Gaza, and there is a lot of exciting projects. Since I'm not, you know, playing right now, I would love to take this opportunity and really speak out more and do more humanitarian things. This is what I feel like defines me. I'm not just a tennis player, but also I'm a human being.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about life off the tennis court. You're due to become a mother.
Yes.
Congratulations to that.
Thank you.
And I've always sort of admired you because your fitness coach is actually
my husband.
Yes. And I think about how I would work with the person I loved. Ons, how does it work? Is it difficult? Do you fight? Do you want to fire him some days, but are really excited?
I think I fire him every day.
A reminder of our top stories. NATO members gather in Brussels to discuss Ukraine peace plans as US negotiators failed to achieve a breakthrough with Putin. Meanwhile, the French president travels to Beijing to discuss the ongoing conflict as well as trade ties with China's President Xi. And Israel announced the Rafah crossing will open in the coming days, allowing Gazans into Egypt in accordance with the ceasefire agreement. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the dailies. International outlets concentrated on the Putin-Witkoff meeting, framing it as a calculated Kremlin signal and a challenge to Western isolation efforts. In the U.S., coverage centered on Trump's remarks about Somali Americans and the widening Hexeth boat strike fallout, both of which intensified debates over presidential rhetoric, accountability, and the administration's hardline security posture. American media portrayed the Witkoff-Kushner meeting with Putin as a high-stakes but unconventional diplomatic move in Trump's push for a Ukraine deal. Outlets stressed uncertainty about what the meeting achieved and highlighted concerns in Washington and Europe about being sidelined or pressured into an unfavorable agreement. Overall, the coverage was cautious and skeptical, framing the Moscow visit as pivotal but risky. Politico warns that sending Jared Kushner and the U.S. peace envoy to meet Vladimir Putin risks undermining European influence in any Ukraine settlement. The piece highlights that many European leaders and analysts view the U.S. initiative as a potential attempt to broker a deal excluding Europe, threatening unity among allies. It argues such back-channel diplomacy raises serious doubts in capitals from London to Berlin about Washington's reliability and motive, fueling calls for a stronger European role going forward. British and European media said the Witkoff-Kushner-Putin talks produced no real progress, noting that Russia rejected key parts of the U.S. plan. Outlets highlighted Putin's warning that Russia is ready for war with Europe, framing it as pressure on the EU. Overall coverage was wary, stressing that Europe is being sidelined and that no deal will hold without full European and Ukrainian involvement. The Times reports that U.S. envoys met with Putin in Moscow in a bold effort to press the Trump-backed Ukraine peace plan. And the story underscores widespread concern in Europe that Washington is circumventing traditional diplomatic channels and potentially sidelining allies and shrinking Europe's influence over any agreement. The piece also warns that such a back-channel deal, as we mentioned, could indeed fracture Western unity and calls on European leaders to reassert their role in future negotiations. Howard French wrote in Foreign Policy, painting Trump's preferred identity as foreign policy czar, arguing that his 2025 diplomacy is driven less by alliance building than by transactional deals and real politique. The author critiques Trump's leaked 28-point Ukraine peace plan as symbolic of a broader pattern, favoring short-term leverage over long-term commitments. Also, by spotlighting administration reversals and ill-considered deals, the column warns Trump's approach risks undermining U.S. credibility and destabilizing global order. U.S. media also focused on growing scrutiny of Pete Hegseth's boat the strike operation, emphasizing fresh questions about the legality of a second fatal strike. Coverage highlights bipartisan pressure on the administration for transparency and oversight. But overall, outlets frame the episode as a test of executive authority and accountability. The Washington Post examines new details as Pete Hegseth claims he discovers only hours after the first missile strike the two survivors remained, pushing the blame onto a senior commander who ordered the follow-up strike. The piece also explains that Hegseth invoked the fog of war, saying he saw the initial strike live, then moved on to other duties. Excuse me. It also highlights growing congressional and legal scrutiny, with lawmakers demanding clarity and also evidence whether the second strike breached laws of armed conflict. People.com reports that President Donald Trump appeared to struggle to stay awake during his December 2nd cabinet meeting, occasionally closing his eyes while secretaries delivered praise and updates. The piece highlights one striking moment which occurred when Howard Lutnick spoke and Trump's eyes shut for several seconds. It also notes that White House denied any dozing, with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt asserting he remained alert and engaged throughout the marathon session. Another story grabbed headlines in the U.S. was President Trump's remarks about Somali Americans. The media have widely condemned the remarks, characterizing them as dehumanizing and racist, especially his garbage comment toward the community and Ilhan Omar. Coverage has emphasized how the rhetoric has fueled fear in Minnesota's Somali American population and drawn harsh backlash from local officials who call the comments unjust and discriminatory. And as the president pauses immigration applications from nations on the travel ban list, the New York Times delivers a detailed, unsettling account of the Trump administration's accelerated targeting of Afghan nationals, all for deportation following the D.C. shooting. The piece draws on internalized documents revealing a shift towards broad nationality-based enforcement rather than traditional individualized assessments. Also, the report situates this crackdown within a wider reversal of Biden-era refugee protections, highlighting political motives and operational strain. It concludes that, according to experts and advocates, this policy amounts to collective punishment rather than a calibrated security response. The New York Times also reported on the closing of Voice of America's overseas offices and radio stations by President Trump. The piece offers a sharply detailed critique of Trump administration's continued push to dismantle Voice of America, despite a court order requiring full operations. The piece also underscores the geopolitical stakes, arguing that retreating U.S. broadcasting hands strategic advantage to Chinese and Russian state propaganda. The Wall Street Journal details how President Trump granted the ex-Honduran president convicted in 2024 of orchestrating a major cocaine smuggling operation, how he granted him a full and unconditional pardon. And by that, immediately freeing the ex-president from a 45-year U.S. prison sentence. The piece places the pardon in the context of Honduras's tense election and suggests the move undermines long-standing anti-drug efforts and that it also emboldens corruption, as well as casts doubt on American commitment to prosecuting high-level traffickers. To the Middle East, as the Times of Israel reveals that Benjamin Netanyahu phoned President Trump to request additional help securing a pardon from the Israeli president, asking the U.S. president also to keep pressuring for clemency in his corruption trial. The piece explains that the call nominally about Gaza and Syria policy swiftly turned to Netanyahu's legal plight. It also notes that while Trump expressed hope it would work out, he stopped short of committing to new action. The story highlights persistent U.S. influence attempts in Israel's judiciary, risking public outcry and also political backlash at home. And we'll end with the pan-Arab newspaper Sharq al-Awsat, which details how Hamas fighters spent up to 8 months hiding in a complex tunnel network beneath Rafah, even after the city came under Israeli control. The report highlights that some militants reportedly emerged to assist in the handover of captives before disappearing underground again. And sources describe a subterranean maze with secret provisions, shifting ambush positions, and ongoing coordination with commanders. The piece raises questions about how deeply embedded and resilient the tunnel infrastructure remained despite Israeli claims of control. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
A fragile ceasefire on the brink of collapsing, the promise to disarm a militia that could potentially backfire, and a foreign partner running out of patience. Lebanon is staring down the barrel of a pivotal period. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and coming up on this Counterpoints debate, we'll look at the future of Hezbollah, whether Lebanon can stand up to Israel without them. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, there is no doubt that the world is a very interconnected place and an excellent example of just how important one region can be on the prosperity, stability and the future of another is the guest who's joining me now. João Cravinho, the Special Representative from the European Union to the Sahel. Thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Pleasure, thank you.
The world is interconnected. There are no borders around regions. Why is it so important in this geopolitical climate that the European Union has a presence in the Sahel region?
Well, it's a vast region. We're talking about a region more or less 3/4 of the size of the European Union, with 100 million people, not so far from the European Union, and with vast ungoverned spaces, with vast tracts of territory where you have terrorists, where you have organized crime, where you have enormous socioeconomic difficulties. To have this close to the European Union is, apart from tragic and very difficult for the populations concerned, it's also a danger for Europe. And so what we would like to do, and this is of course not done from one day to the next, it takes considerable time, investment and work. What we would like to do is transform what is now a somewhat desolate panorama into a land of opportunity first and foremost for the people of the region, but also an opportunity for a different kind of relationship between the European Union and an important part of Africa. The challenges of the Sahel are challenges that do not remain in the Sahel. We've seen in other parts of the world, for example in Syria, how, or in Afghanistan, when a terrorist group establishes itself territorially, it doesn't stay where it is. We've seen also how difficulties in terms of socio-economic prospects create, and also in terms of security, create migratory flows which are disturbing for the people themselves first and foremost, but also for neighbors in Africa. The countries of the West African coast have absorbed literally millions of people coming from the Sahel, and also some of them have undertaken this extremely perilous, extremely risky journey across the Sahara and across the Mediterranean or across the open Atlantic into the Canary Islands. People do this at enormous risk, and they do this only because the situation is desperate. And it's exactly that same despair which also leads to the recruitment of terrorist groups, of jihadi groups linked to Al-Qaeda or linked to the Islamic State. So we have a complex of problems, and we need to be able to face up to these issues in a multi-pronged manner, different policy instruments, but above all with a dialogue with those who are in positions of leadership.
It's interesting that you raise the way that you liaise with the region, because it leads me to a question of how do you ensure stability, security, prosperity without encroaching on those echoes of colonial past that obviously still run deep in that part of the world.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and we have to be very clear about this. We can make a contribution, but we do not have primary responsibility. We can only work with those who are in a position of authority to the extent that they are available and open for that. We have no wish whatsoever to impose our views, our perhaps anachronistic understanding from Europe onto what are fast-moving realities in a very young region. We're talking about a region where 70% of the population is 25 or under. People who have completely different prospects and outlooks. And what we want to do is to be able to demonstrate that actually a good, healthy, and strong relationship with Europe should be part of a better future for all of them. But we're not in the business of imposing anything at all. That, I think, would be a major mistake.
How receptive has the region been when you consider that it encompasses places like Mali, Burkina Faso, that have experienced coups in recent years, a lot of instability? Are you getting a good response? Is there a willingness to cooperate?
There is a big interest. What they tell me is they want to tourner la page, they want to turn the page. They want to establish a different kind of relationship with Europe, and we're very much available for that. Now, how to do this in a context in which we are not necessarily going to agree on everything, because we don't. We have fundamental differences. But we have to have the maturity to agree to disagree on some aspects, and to identify those areas in which we have mutual interests in working together. This is the work that we're currently developing, and I've been well received with this proposal, with this general idea.
How much of it is for the mutual benefit of both regions, but also to try and negate the influence of, say, Russia and China, that are also seeing that power vacuum in that region and wanting to exert their influence there as well?
Well, I think Russia and China are different subjects. We should treat them differently. Russia is clearly makes nefarious contributions to the region. Its contributions to stability have been negative. And I think that it is now clear that what Russia has to offer, which is simply brute force in Mali, is not producing the results. Nowadays, the military security situation in Mali is worse than it was when the Russians were invited in to try to reconquer the territory. So the limitations of Russian capacity are quite clear. China has a very different approach, but and it is interested in resources. We see that in Niger it invested a very large amount of money for $5 billion US in making the longest pipeline to the coast in Benin. But with China, what I would say is that they have their approach, and we respect sovereign choices of countries of the region. However, I think that what we have to offer is much wider, much more interesting for the populations in the longer term. But this is not necessarily a question of either or. There is nothing impeding countries of the region from working with China and working with us as well.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, when we look at things like crucial raw minerals, the benefits that there are, but also concerns about climate, that leads to a lot of climate migration. Is that something that the EU is looking to develop in a sustainable way? How do you encourage that to get the benefits that those obviously very materially rich countries have, but negating the impact that it could have on future climate migration?
Yes, well, I mean, this points to the need that we have as an international community really to develop appropriate governance mechanisms. The climate change is impacting the whole world, but it has a very strong, very powerful impact in the Sahel. It's one of the parts of the world most impacted. This is creating all sorts of changes, elements for change, usually negatively. It is creating, for example, with respect to herders who usually take their cattle from one part of the region to another part, they're forced to find new paths, which are bringing them into conflict with farmers in different regions. And this can also have an ethnic dimension. So here we have climate change producing intensified ethnic conflict. I think that we require an approach that is holistic. You cannot simply apply a one-dimensional formula, military force, for example, and imagine that the problems are going to be solved. That's why I think that the European Union is in a good position to be a good partner for the region, precisely because we do have a multitude of different policy instruments. With respect to critical raw materials, I think that the most important, and I know that the young people of the Sahel feel this very much, is that the wealth that is under their soil should revert to their own futures. And I think that with respect to that, it is necessary to work with the authorities in the different countries in ensuring that appropriate codes of conduct are respected, that there is value added, that there is a return for the populations. And to be honest, I don't see that when you were talking about Russia being a partner for the region, and they're also involved in mining, but in a manner that is not producing any positive results for the population.
It's a really interesting part of the world, and we appreciate you taking the time to share your expertise. Joel Cravino, thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमें थी नशे मतलब ऐसे ही
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Faigli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of their things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Houston. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its space center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Anj Dubai, professional tennis player and all-round inspiration. You're opening your academy in Dubai today. How does this moment feel to you?
It's a dream come true, really. Always wanted to have my academy. You know, to be honest, want to start in Tunisia, but in Dubai they opened the doors for me, and you know how they encourage sports here. So it was great to just have my first academy here. I would say create champions. You know, if we can say that. From my region, from the Arab world, I feel like we have a lot of talented people that they can achieve, you know, and be, why not, #1 in the world. So we hope we can do that. It's not about doing a business, but it's really about creating champions.
You've been a very, very successful tennis player from the Arab and African world, ranked world #2, and you've inspired so many people. How difficult was it to get in the top 10 coming from Tunisia?
It's definitely more difficult than coming from like Europe or US, you know. Usually they have the experience with sponsors as well. It's much easier to sponsor someone from that country than from my country, unfortunately. But you know, I think the tennis is evolving. People start to know more about, you know, the African Arab region, which is, you know, that's what I wanted, you know. So I hope we can change that perspective. I hope I can share my experience with the young kids and really inspire them to become, you know, champions. They are little champions, and hopefully they become big champions, you know. I feel like it's very important to do that for sure.
Ons, you've taken a little bit of a break away from tennis and you're really concentrating on the humanitarian side of things. You've spoken out about how difficult it is for people in Gaza. How are you helping them with your foundation, and is the world doing enough?
It's always not enough. As long as, you know, the war is still going there, it's always not enough. I think every human being deserves to live, deserves to survive. You know, unfortunately we're talking about surviving, which is the minimum thing that anybody could have, you know. And unfortunately I really hate politics, and I wish we can end this and everybody would live in peace. But through my foundation I'm trying to help a little bit in my country, in Tunisia, and hopefully in the future in Africa. Through WFP we're trying to help a lot in Gaza, and there is a lot of exciting projects. Since I'm not, you know, playing right now, I would love to take this opportunity and really speak out more and do more humanitarian things. This is what I feel like defines me. I'm not just a tennis player, but also I'm a human being.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about life off the tennis court. You're due to become a mother.
Yes.
Congratulations to that.
Thank you.
And I've always sort of admired you because your fitness coach is actually
my husband.
Yes. And I think about how I would work with the person I loved. Ons, how does it work? Is it difficult? Do you fight? Do you want to fire him some days, but are really exciting?
I think I fire him every day. No, it was more difficult at the beginning, you know. We didn't know how to work with each other. He tells me to run. I was like, don't tell me what to do, you know, as a woman with her ego, you know. But he's such a sweetheart, you know. He has a strong character, but he knows when to go up and with me and when not. So it's fun to work with him, and he's you know, half Russian, so he has that discipline in him, you know, more. So that helps me, you know, be you know, the woman that I am today, and really thanks to him I achieved to that. We, you know, in Arabic we say behind every a strong man is a woman, but in this case, behind, you know, a strong woman is a man. So he's unbelievable, and I really love this relationship. And you know, we took this decision together to have a baby. We both want to be a parent. It's very tough when you play tennis, but he's very supportive, and I know he's going to be behind me to come back stronger for sure.
And I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, you know, motherhood and playing tennis and how difficult it is to come back, because this has been a question that surrounded the sport for so many years, and lots of women do come back after they have children, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Have you been speaking to other players on the circuit who have done it, and how are you feeling about that?
I did. A lot of amazing women, they gave birth and they came back, which is unbelievable, you know. I've always dreamed of having a baby and coming back. To be honest with you, I have no idea how my body would react. I hope my baby is listening and he you know, gives me a easier comeback. But you know, if I'll try my best, you know, to be ready as soon as I can. And I really, one thing, I don't want to end my career like I, you know, played last few months. So I hope I've just come back and you know, end it in the right way.
So it's good news, me hearing you say you want to come back. Because you've obviously taken a little bit of time out, and that was really to reconnect to the game and to find yourself again, because it must be so difficult when you're not feeling that connection on a tennis court. How are you feeling now? Do you think that you've refound the love for tennis?
Definitely, I'm feeling much better. You know, I had to take a break. I wasn't feeling happy on the court, which is, you know, kind of a bit surprising because, you know, tennis court is my happy place. But I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad that I put myself first. And, you know, with doing that, I'm having a cute little surprise. So I hope that will motivate me even more to come back. I want my baby boy to watch me, you know, play. So that's a moment I'm really excited to have.
What would you say to anyone who's a little bit nervous to come to the tennis court, that they really want to try out the sport or get their child involved? What's the main inspiration behind it?
I heard a lot of, I saw a lot of articles that tennis is one of the healthiest sports. So that's one thing, and plus when you move in tennis, you move everything, you know. So it's a full body sport. Definitely don't go and play paddle. Go and play tennis, you know. And just enjoy, you know. As long as you enjoy with your friends is the most important thing.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A fragile ceasefire on the brink of collapsing, the promise to disarm a militia that could potentially backfire, and a foreign partner running out of patience. Lebanon is staring down the barrel of a pivotal period. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and coming up on Counterpoints, we'll debate the future of Hezbollah and whether Lebanon can stand up to Israel without them. A little over 1 year on, and this is what the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire looks like. In its latest strike on southern Beirut, Israel killed another senior Hezbollah leader, one of the few to have survived the brutal conflict post-October 7. Even though the ceasefire technically remains in place, Israel has warned more intense fighting could follow.
I expect the Lebanese government to fulfill its commitment to disarm Hezbollah.
because only in this way will every citizen of Lebanon have a better future, and only in this way will there be a good and secure neighbourly relationship between Israel and Lebanon.
In other words, force Hezbollah to give up its weapons or expect the war to resume. The Lebanese government pledged back in September to disarm Hezbollah, but the US isn't happy with its progress.
Lebanon is a failed state. There's no central bank. The banking system is bust. So what's the state? The state is Hezbollah. You go south, Hezbollah gives you water, gives you an education, gives you a stipend, has 40,000 soldiers. LAF, Lebanese Armed Forces, has 60,000 soldiers. The only problem is the Hezbollah soldiers make $2,200 a month. The LAF soldiers make $275 a month.
And therein lies the problem. Disarming Hezbollah isn't that easy or that popular in parts of Lebanon, and the government is wary of reigniting sectarian violence. Coming up on this debate, we'll ask our panel, should Hezbollah hand over its weapons? Can the Lebanese army defend its people successfully without Hezbollah's military support? And is the US running out of patience? Joining us for this discussion is David Dawood, a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, where he's an expert on Lebanon and Hezbollah. Omar Badar is joining us, a Middle East analyst based in Washington, D.C. And Sarit Zahavi is rounding out our panel, a former IDF Lieutenant Colonel and president of ALMA, an independent research centre focusing on Israel's security challenges along its northern border. Everyone, thank you and welcome to being here on Counterpoints. Lebanon approved a one government, one military plan in late September. According to senior US military sources, as of October, the Lebanese armed forces have removed from a variety of different affiliates 10,000 rockets, 400 missiles and more than 205,000 unexploded ordnances. But by and large, Hezbollah has refused to hand over the majority of its stockpile, arguing it would play into Israel's hands. Omar, let's start with you. Should Hezbollah hand over its weapons?
I think the question of whether Hezbollah should disarm is one that is entirely up to the Lebanese people. I know that there's a divide within Lebanon on the question, and so I would not externally feel entitled to weigh in on my personal opinion on that. That is really something up for them. But I can tell you that the regional dynamic right now, particularly with Israel's aggressive behavior, is really making the argument for disarmament more difficult. Israel is behaving like a malevolent actor throughout the region. You can see that they're committing genocide in Gaza, they're expanding settlements in the West Bank, and even in nearby Syria, where the pro-Hezbollah government of Assad has been toppled, and you have a new government coming in right now that is bending over backwards to come to decent terms with Israel. What Israel has responded with is an expansion of its occupation within Syria, carrying out regular bombings and killings and arrests, behaving in a completely rogue fashion. And what they've done so far in Lebanon since the ceasefire has been agreed to is launch thousands of strikes in Lebanon, killing at least 127 Lebanese civilians. So when you have an actor that is behaving with this kind of, complete lawlessness, it is no surprise that the argument within Lebanon of people who are saying, actually, we need to be able to defend ourselves, becoming to gain a little bit more traction and make the argument for disarming much more difficult in the face of a regional bully that behaves like Israel does.
I'm not sure if you're writing some notes there, Sarit. Is there something you want to add or to respond to what Omar said?
Tons of it. First, Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza. This statement cannot go without my response. Israel is fighting a brutal terrorist organization that is controlling Gaza since 2006 and killing its own people, using its own people as human shields. And many of the tactics of Hamas are being used by Hezbollah the same way in Lebanon. Hezbollah planned the same massacre to us. I live 9 kilometers from Lebanon here. So planned the same thing for us Israelis over here. That's one thing. Second, as for the policy, I want to explain it for a moment from the Israeli point of view, okay? We've been waiting. We've been waiting for many, many years, especially on the Israeli-Lebanese border, for somebody to do something against a growing monster named Hezbollah just across the border. I saw them in the past 2 years following me with their cameras, following any IDF movements on the Israeli side of the border, and we did nothing about the armament of Hezbollah and deployment of terrorist infrastructures inside the houses, inside the homes, beneath the mosques, beneath the churches, beneath the schools in South Lebanon. When October 7th happened, we understood that we cannot allow those capabilities to be developed next to our border, just across our communities. And that's why we are doing two things. Yes, we are taking off, eliminating those kind of capabilities of terrorist groups, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, whoever it is in Syria. And second, as our leadership committed to us, the people that are living next to borders, the IDF will be the buffer between enemies, as long as they exist on the other side, and the Israeli civilians, which again, reminding everybody, were massacred in October 7th by Hamas animals. That's why we have IDF positions in the Syrian side of the border, and that's why we have 5 hills. 1 minute, let me finish because I didn't interrupt you. And that's why we have 5 hills on the Lebanese side of the border. And I want to make sure that everybody understands, and if not, you're most welcome to come here and see for yourselves. These are 5 hills, no more than just hills, across a border of more than 120 kilometers. One of those hills I can see from my community, 9 kilometers from the border, meaning that this place controls basically all the western side of northern Israel. And the one we're standing on top of the hill is the one who is threatening me, since from this hill, rockets were launched towards my community during the current war.
Okay, Omar?
If I can interject very briefly.
Go.
Just when we talk about genocide, it's not a debate whether I think it's genocide or whether she thinks it's genocide. What people need to look at is every single major human rights organization in the world, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, even Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem said that Israel is committing genocide. That's a growing consensus among genocide scholars, including Israeli genocide scholars who are saying that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Same with Human Shields. Not only do major human rights organizations say that Israel employs human shields, but Israeli soldiers themselves admitted to using Palestinian civilians as human shields in Gaza, documented in the Israeli press, Israeli Haaretz and other outlets. And so when you're dealing with somebody whose job it is to simply whitewash the crimes of their own government, frankly, the largest terrorist organization in the entire region is the Israeli government and its genocidal army that has behaved in a way that is just completely, frankly, indistinguishable from ISIS, except more dangerous because they happen to have nuclear weapons and an endless supply of U.S. weapons and money. That, if you want to defend that, by all means, go for it. But nobody should take any of these lies at face value. Go and look at objective sources, what human rights organizations are saying, what Israeli soldiers are admitting to themselves, and what the witnesses who are on the receiving end of these crimes have to testify about what they're enduring.
Okay, we've had both sides of that specific...
If I may interject already, I think, can we get back to Lebanon? Because this is veering off. This is veering off very much.
David, I'm just going to get you to pause for a minute. Sarit, I know that you want to respond directly to what Omar has said. You've both said your piece on either sides of that particular genocide debate. Granted, I know that it is a very difficult one. You've both had your say on it. So I'm going to move us back to the topic at hand, just because we need to stay on focus. And I'm going to turn it over to David to speak specifically about Hezbollah disarmament. In the region, does Hezbollah need to hand over its weapons if we are going to relieve the tension that we are clearly seeing from Sarit on the border between Israel and Lebanon?
Thank you for having me on. And yes, let's please stay on topic and not get into discussions and logical fallacies based on arguments from authority. Let's actually make the arguments based on the facts and the law itself. Now, speaking of legality, Lebanon agreed to a November 27th, 2024 ceasefire that requires the disarmament of all militias, the dismantlement of all their infrastructure, starting south of the Litani River. So the question of whether Lebanon should, whether Hezbollah should, this is all moot at this point, because Lebanon, as the sovereign who controls the Lebanese territory from which Hezbollah operates, has agreed to this. If they thought differently, they shouldn't have agreed to it either on November 27th of 2024 with all the stipulations and terms included in that agreement, nor in 2006 with Resolution 1701, which actually was built off of the 7 points of the Senora government. Now, what we have seen since then right, is that Lebanon is not acting on the terms of the ceasefire. You've mentioned seizure of armaments that have been spent, but Hezbollah itself has not been disarmed. If we look at, and you can shake your head, Omar, but I didn't interrupt you. I sat here silently, so please afford me the same respect.
I'm shaking my head silently. Surely I'm allowed to have a facial expression.
If you go to the Longboard Journal, where I, unlike Omar, track weekly Israeli operations in Lebanon, you'll see that no, not 127 Lebanese civilians have been killed. There have been Lebanese civilians that have been incidentally killed in Israeli operations, but the vast majority have been Hezbollah operatives. According to Hezbollah's admission, Hezbollah's eulogies, Hezbollah has given these people military funerals. You don't give military funerals to civilians. And the fact of the matter is, right, a ceasefire is not a total cessation of armed activities. A ceasefire, and this is me speaking as a lawyer of the laws of armed conflict. Yes, Omar, I actually have a JD in the laws of armed conflict. A ceasefire does not change the situation from, does not change, and this is where I will explain to you, not from authority, but from legal knowledge. The ceasefire does not change the situation from warfare to a complete existence of peace, right? So this is an in-between. This is what most legal scholars would say, and the terms that dictate what is permissible in that interim phase, that intermediate phase, are the terms of the ceasefire itself. So if, according to most scholars, one side or another commits a serious violation of the ceasefire terms, the opposing party has the right to self-help measures. Now, what is a serious violation in the context of the Lebanon ceasefire? Given that Lebanon has agreed to the obligation to disarm Hezbollah, and given that, according to Hezbollah's own admission, according to Syrian authorities who are seizing weapons and funds destined for Hezbollah in Lebanon, according to the IDF, Hezbollah is rearming. Hezbollah is not being disarmed north and south of the Litani River, according to Naim Qassem. This in and of itself is a serious violation of the ceasefire. Lebanon is not taking action, and that entitles Israel, as a matter of the ceasefire, to take self-help measures to rectify the situation. That is the law, whether we like it or not.
Okay, Omar, go ahead.
Yeah, well, the problem with David, which is unsurprising for somebody who works for an outfit, Orwellingly named Foundation for Defensive Democracies, which is in fact a defense.
IMEU is your organization, Omar.
That they do, and what they actually do is there to do apologetics for that genocidal regime that is behaving like a rogue state. And from his perspective, Lebanon's obligations matter. What Lebanon commits to, they're the sovereign, they have to follow through. But somehow Israel is completely free to not abide by any of its commitments. So it's free to engage in illegal occupation. It's free to hold on to 5 points within Lebanon in violation of the ceasefire, free to bomb Lebanon from top to bottom at will whenever they want to, free to commit to letting a certain amount of aid into Gaza.
That's not at all what I said. And Omar is sitting here, again, for someone who ran IMEU, which is an actual propaganda organization. All he can do is engage in ad hominems. What I said is that
David,
Israel,
just let Omar respond and then I'll bring it back to you.
To take self-help measures.
Suddenly you can't keep control of yourself.
Measures,
you find yourself compelled to interrupt me, which, by the way, tells you something. He doesn't like what I have to say. He doesn't know how to respond to it logically. And so the only thing he has left is to interrupt me, to keep me from finishing my thoughts, because he wants to prevent the audience from hearing me out. Nonetheless, Israel is in violation of a mountain of UN resolutions. The commitments that Israel has violated is simply endless. And so, again, this idea that Israel can be a country that is above the law and above accountability and can do whatever it wants, but everybody else has to behave within the bounds of the law, is a completely absurd suggestion. And it's only posited by people who are here to do apologetics for that rogue regime that behaves outside of the bounds of the law, as is testified by every, again, single human rights organization in the world, every authority on international law, and that mountain of resolutions and commitments that Israel has made, which the UN is quite open about the fact, and the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court is coming after Israel for war crimes. All of these things are just flying in the face of everything David is saying. To have an Israeli leader who's wanted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity and war crimes, and to sit here and talk about the obligations of the Lebanese state, this is completely absurd.
Okay, Sarit.
Again, I'm going to
David, just let Sarit finish. We're going to let Sarit have a say, and then I'll come to you, David.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Sarit.
What you just said, Omar, is back with any details. So let me give you some details. We are focusing on the North. I can have a different discussion with you about elsewhere, but let's focus on the North. And let's give you some details. I will describe a video that we published today in our Twitter account of a funeral of a principal of a school in Lebanon, in South Lebanon actually, that was killed by Israel. Sounds like it's a civilian, but surprisingly enough, during his funeral, the flag was changed from a Lebanese flag to a Hezbollah flag, because this guy is not only the principal of the school, he is also the liaison officer of Hezbollah to the population. What does that mean in reality? This means that he's the guy who is responsible for renting the rooms, apartment, and garages of where the Hezbollah will hide the rockets and dig his tunnels beneath the houses of the Lebanese. This is one thing. Second, as Mr. Daoud said, agreement means that both sides need to implement the agreement. We committed to withdraw completely from Lebanon in 60 days, while Lebanon committed to disarm Hezbollah south to the Litani River, except Lebanon made this commitment 20 years ago, after the war of 2006, which, by the way, was opened by Hezbollah as well, not only the current war. We didn't start this war, neither in Gaza nor in Lebanon. It was Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Okay, how I know that? Because I live here. And those rockets were fired at my community, and I had to get to the bomb shelter with my kids in 15 seconds. You can smile until tomorrow. Come and live here and experience by yourself.
Yeah, no, it's very sympathetic. The country committing genocide, its citizens are always feel safe. I'm sure it's really sad.
Let me finish, please. Hezbollah is not the official army of the state of Lebanon. Hezbollah is a second militia in the state of Lebanon that is actually damaging the interest of the Lebanese themselves to have one state, one government. While it is refusing to disarm, it is leaving Lebanon as a failed state. It is taking advantage of the resources of the state of Lebanon for the benefit of Iran. And that's the biggest crime. This is a bigger crime than the crimes that were made against Israelis. And I'm sorry that you are not even mentioning that. You are all busy with talking about UN institutions instead of talking about what we are discussing here. Okay. UN institutions are not the topic of the discussion. The discussion is all about Hezbollah. This is what we were invited to discuss now. So
by all means, let's focus on Hezbollah.
Topic. And don't worry about the amount of people who were killed, because I have the names and I have an Excel list of how many people exactly were killed during the ceasefire and before the ceasefire, and the vast majority are Hezbollah military operatives, because
which is
those killings
a drop
were
in the bucket compared to the civilians that Israel has slaughtered in Lebanon, which is the point. This is an entirely one-sided mindset that is just deeply broken. If we want to talk about Hezbollah, it's a good question to ask how Hezbollah came into being. And you realize that they actually rose up in Lebanon in response to the Israeli occupation of Lebanon, and they succeeded in driving Israel out of Lebanon in the year 2000. That's why they have popular support. And yes, there are many people in the South who are sympathetic to Hezbollah. Because
okay, we're not going to go back in history, because how they became who they are is one thing. Just a moment, everyone. How they became who they are is one thing, but we can only start debating what is going to happen now. So let me bring up a social media post for you from US Special Envoy Thomas Barak. He posted this on social media on the 20th of October, because if we are focusing on what will happen now, not how Hezbollah came to be, but what happens going forward, Thomas Barak says, and this is his critique of the Lebanese government, the Lebanese government's principle of one country, one military remains more aspiration than reality, constrained by Hezbollah's political dominance and the fear of civil unrest. Omar, let me ask you then, can the Lebanese government disarm Hezbollah? Can they fulfill what they agreed and what the government has pledged to do without sparking sectarian violence?
I mean, Tom Barak is correct in this first half about the assessment of what's going on. The why is the problem. There's no question about the fact that Lebanon is a divided country, that you have different militias with weapons, and that is a problem. It could be solved if you did not have a regional bully that Israel says can do whatever they want, behave as above the rules and above the law, and can invade and bomb and occupy. Israeli snipers are taking out children. Israeli bombs are taking out children in Lebanon and in Syria. We've just had these killings happen over the past couple of days.
They're not taking any children.
An Israeli raid
never target
in Syria.
Children. This is
there was an Israeli raid.
Can we take this
Syria
back to Lebanon, please? Can we keep this focused on Lebanon? Because that is the focus of this. Any obligations that Lebanon must undertake and what Israel must undertake.
Okay, David, let Omar finish and I'll come to you.
Lebanon. So can we please focus on Lebanon rather than what this has become is just Omar.
Okay, David, you've made your point. Now let Omar finish.
Finish my sentence, please. What David is living in is a fantasy world in which Israeli aggression throughout the region is completely separate from the argument within Lebanon about what should be the response to living next to Israel. If Israel was a law-abiding country that did not behave like a regional bully with endless aggression throughout the region, you could make a very strong argument to why militant groups throughout Lebanon need to disarm and to consolidate power, because there isn't an external threat. But as long as Israel behaves the way it does, and as long as the US keeps insisting that Israel can do whatever it wants, can never abide by any commitment, does not need to respect international law, and its crimes are completely above accountability, then I'm sorry, you're not going to have countries in the region feel like they can take on the challenges of consolidating power in the face of
Mr. Omar.
Can
I have a question.
Just a moment, Sarit. I said I would come to David after this. Sarit, I'll come to you in a minute, but I said to David that he could respond. David, do you think that Hezbollah, the government, can fulfil this pledge they've made without Lebanon descending into sectarian violence?
No, absolutely not, because the overwhelming majority of Lebanese Shia continues to support Hezbollah for pragmatic and ideological reasons, depending on who you talk to and among that community. The overwhelming majority of Lebanese, however, support Hezbollah's disarmament. This is according to an Arab Barometer poll from September of 2024, where 70% of Lebanese oppose Hezbollah. Not only that, I mean, Omar wants to talk about legality. Let's talk about Lebanese law, where the Taif Agreement actually says that all militias must disarm. This is Section 2 of the Taif Agreement, right? Lebanon's international obligations. This is notwithstanding anything Israel does. This is an empty, what we call tu quoque argument, right? This idea that because one side does something wrong, the other side is entitled to do something wrong. Putting aside what Israel is doing or not doing, Lebanon has obligations, baseline obligations under international law to ensure that its territory is controlled by the sovereign country, by the sovereign authorities of the state. Its own laws require it to disarm all militias. Its subsequent obligations, right? Resolution 1701 in 2006, November 27, 2024, the ceasefire agreement. Lebanon has undertaken subsequent obligations, reinforcing its baseline obligation under international law to ensure that its territory is free of militia presence, that those militias do not threaten the territorial integrity, sovereignty, or independence or security of neighboring countries. Hezbollah has not just attacked Israel, it's committed massacres in Syria. If we want to keep bringing up Syria, Omar, right, let's talk about what Hezbollah has done there as well. So again, bringing this back to the conversation at hand, whatever the case, Lebanon has undertaken this obligation and it is not fulfilling it under the terms of the ceasefire, because not fulfilling this obligation constitutes a serious violation of the ceasefire's terms, which is to disarm all militias starting south of the Litani River. If Israel sees this as the other party, it is allowed to take self-help measures. That is the law.
Shouldn't Lebanon also feel safe and secure? If the Lebanese people don't feel safe and secure, why should Hezbollah disarm if Israel is breaching the ceasefire too?
Maybe
again, as I'm saying, Israel is not breaching the ceasefire. Israel is engaging in self-help measures that are permissible under international law. When the other party,
though, isn't it?
But that's the law. That's the law. When you say law, you have to adhere to the terms of the law, right? If we don't like international law, we can debate the efficacy and the correctness and the reasoning, the logic of international law. But this is what international legal scholars will say. Omar, be quiet, please. Okay, you've said nothing of worth. What you've done only is to resort to name calling, to calling out my organization.
Okay, I need you to keep your answers a bit shorter, David. Wrap that up so we can bring Sarit in.
So again, Lebanon has agreed, right, in the November 27, 2024 ceasefire. President Joseph Aoun, in his inaugural speech, has also said, "Hasr silah biyad ad-dawla," right? He will monopolize arms in the hands of the state. This was part of the new cabinet under Nawaf Salam's commitment. And yet, what we've seen since then is Lebanon has undertaken action after action to avoid taking that obligation, including on September 5th, rather than approving the LAF's plan, they ambiguously welcomed it. And now we've moved from disarmament to containment of Hezbollah's weapons in the hope that one day time will make them rust away, rather than actually doing what it undertook in the November 2027 ceasefire and what its officials have promised to undertake in the months since then.
All right, Sarit, do you think you can visualize a time that Hezbollah could be a purely political force? If its military wing was dissolved, could that be something that Israel would be comfortable with where you live on the border?
Okay, I will divide my answer to two. Israel will be comfortable with no threat on the other side of the border. That's very, very clear. If on the other side of the border, our neighbors believe that the state of Israel should be completely extinct, this is unacceptable. Doesn't matter who it is. It's Hezbollah, it's Islamic Jihad, I don't know. I want to add something following what Omar just said, because he describes history in a false way, and I want to set the facts right. Israel didn't pose any threat to the state of Lebanon between 2006 and 2023. You know what? Israel didn't pose any threat to the state of Lebanon since it had withdrawn from Lebanon in May 2000. A withdrawal, by the way, that was recognized by the UN. I'm sorry, I want to speak now. I waited. I will
just ask you to complete the history.
Omar, please let Sarit finish, and then I'll come to you. Sarit, go ahead.
Israel had withdrawn completely from Lebanon in May 2000, a withdrawal that was recognized by the UN. Zero threat, and Hezbollah refused to disarm, and then in 2006, abducted 2 of our soldiers from the Israeli side of the border and started a war against Israel. These are the facts. We didn't do anything against Hezbollah in Lebanon in those years between 2006 and 2023, and we allowed the monster to become crazy on my border, just across the Israeli communities. I used to see Hezbollah military operatives over there. We found in 2019 6 border crossing tunnels of Hezbollah, which were excavated in those years. I visited those tunnels. I was there. They were fully equipped, prepared to send the Hezbollah warriors to our communities to massacre us. You didn't even mention that this is a clear violation of UN resolutions, not Israeli law, UN resolutions. As for history, Hezbollah was established as a need of the Shiite population inside Lebanon, the neglected Shiite population inside Lebanon. The first flag of Hezbollah was under the name the Islamic Revolution in Lebanon. Islamic Revolution means the Islamic Revolution of Iran, to be exported in Lebanon and then exported elsewhere as well. That's why
Sarit, I'm just going to interrupt you there because we don't really have time to go back into the history. I'm going to turn it over to Omar. Omar, do you think that what Sarit is saying has some valor there, that Hezbollah has itself to blame for the situation Hezbollah and Lebanon now find itself in?
It's a great question. I mean, you have to remember, again, if we're talking about how Israel withdrew in 2000, they withdrew because of Hezbollah. That is the reason why they were forced to leave and end their illegal occupation of Lebanon. So then to turn around and say,
why Hezbollah didn't disarm?
Again,
let's assume you're right. Why Hezbollah didn't disarm?
Okay, Sarit, I let you finish, so let's let Omar go.
Yeah, so then there's a debate on whether do you still need the military force that succeeded in ending Israeli occupation of Lebanon. Should they stick around or should they go? Should they intervene when Israel starts committing genocide in Gaza? Was it wise for them to join the fray, or should they have just stayed on the sidelines to safeguard Lebanon? That is a rich and lively Lebanese debate for them to figure out about what the correct strategy is. But again, just to go back to the absurdity of what David was talking about, the idea that Israel continuing to occupy 5 points in Lebanon and continuing to bomb Lebanon relentlessly not being a violation of the ceasefire, it is frankly beyond laughable. I mean, just, I don't know what level of stupidity you expect from the audience.
Cite me the law. Cite me the law, Omar. Cite me law. Cite me legal scholars. Don't just sit there and use
Okay, David, just let Omar finish. Let Omar finish.
Could you be quiet while I'm talking and let me finish my thought?
You have nothing you're saying. You're not saying anything worthwhile, Omar.
You cannot call a panel member.
Let Omar finish.
Every legal authority on this, every single human rights organization, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the UN Security Council, the United, frankly, even the EU. I mean, at this point, there's a consensus about Israel's violations of the ceasefire, and to pretend that this is not happening, you're just expecting a level of stupidity from the audience to go along with this shameless propaganda on behalf of this genocidal apartheid regime. And by all means, keep doing it. It is all you have left. But public opinion is shifting throughout the world, including in the United States, where this propaganda doesn't fly anymore. People see with their bare eyes the atrocities that Israel is committing every day, and they don't buy this crap anymore. And that is the reason why Israel is using the public opinion war, even though they're winning the ground one with the overwhelming military force that the U.S. supplies to them. there is a question about legitimacy.
I think this is enough. You cannot call people stupid.
So this does not, again, this is just a nonsensical ad hominem that does not go to, does not raise a single legal point. He's not cited a single legal authority. This is a pointless discussion with someone who's coming here to spread propaganda. Again, I've cited the state of international law on how ceasefires operate.
We're not going to get too bogged down into the legalese of it, into the legal law. Okay, Omar, now let's, David, a very brief response from you, please, David, and then I need to move us on to our next segment, or are we going to run out of time? Very briefly, David, a quick response, and then we'll move it on.
A ceasefire is a legal instrument. It is an instrument of international law. Therefore, the body of conduct, right, the body that governs what each party is entitled to do and what each party is not entitled to do and each party's obligations is international law. And as international law interprets it, it's the terms of a ceasefire. This is basically a contract between two parties, Lebanon and Israel in this case. Lebanon has obligations, Israel has obligations. They're mutual obligations. If one party does not deign to undertake its obligations under that agreement to which it willingly signed, right, then the other side is entitled to take self-help measures if the other side is not willing to rectify the situation. That is the state of international law. Whatever Omar wants to sit there and use all these terms that he doesn't understand and he couldn't actually interpret, that's fine, but that is the state of international law. It can make him as angry as he wants, it make him as displeased as he wants, because what I can tell is that Omar wants Hezbollah to remain armed. This is his desire.
Okay.
So he's sitting there and engaging in mental gymnastics.
We can disarm Hezbollah. I actually don't
disarm it, but the Lebanese want to disarm
I'm going to pause both of you there, and I'm going to move us on.
Hezbollah is refusing disarmament. Hezbollah is refusing to submit to the Lebanese government's orders. This isn't even about international law anymore. This is about Lebanese law. Beirut tells Hezbollah, for example, you are not allowed to project Hassan Nasrallah's picture onto Raush Iraq, and in October, Hezbollah disregards even that. Even when they hold a memorial for Hassan Nasrallah, they project Nasrallah's image onto Raush Iraq in defiance of Lebanese law, in defiance of the Lebanese government's orders. And what Hezbollah is doing in Lebanon is intimidating the Lebanese government, using its Shiite support to intimidate the Lebanese government to not fulfill its obligations under international law and not fulfill its obligations under its own domestic law, the Taif Agreement and subsequent laws.
Okay, now I'm going to move us on. Sarit, I'm going to come to you very shortly. Sarit, if you can just hold that thought for a minute, okay? I'm going to come to you really shortly because I want to pick up on something that David has said, because you keep referring to the breaches of the ceasefire, and Israel has a right if one party isn't upholding its side of the ceasefire, that it's a self-help measure, whereas the UN peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon itself has recorded more than 10,000 ceasefire and what they've called breaches since the pause was implemented. And that's coming from the UN. Thanks, Omar. Just a moment, please. That's coming from the UN, that there has been 10,000 ceasefire breaches. For its part, Israel says that it's justified those strikes, arguing that Hezbollah is regrouping and rearming in the south. But nonetheless, they have been designated as breaches by the UN. The IDF still occupies, as we've been discussing, 5 strategic points in southern Lebanon. So, Sarit, I said I would come to you. I want to put this to you. The Lebanese parliament made a very rare and somewhat controversial announcement that it was willing to hold negotiations with Israel. 2 days later, Tel Aviv struck Beirut and killed, as well as a Hezbollah senior official, civilians. Does that give anyone in the Lebanese government confidence that Israel is willing to negotiate for peace?
We didn't kill civilians in this.
There were no civilians killed in Beirut.
There were 4 Hezbollah operatives in addition to Haytham Tabatabai.
We killed the head.
This is according to Naim Qasim.
Okay, David, let's Sarit finish.
Along with 4 more commanders, senior commanders of Hezbollah, who were with him at this meeting. He was using an apartment in a very dense area in Beirut, and he was busy with rebuilding the military capabilities of Hezbollah against us.
Okay,
and that's why he was.
Be that as it may, 2 days after the Lebanese government said it was going to negotiate, is that a good way to start that discussion?
I would love to answer your question if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Please allow me to answer your question. Israel is not attacking Beirut. Israel is not attacking Lebanon. Israel is attacking Hezbollah in Beirut or Hezbollah in Lebanon or wherever it is. We have no business in fighting with the Lebanese. Actually, on the contrary, I wish, and every Israeli who lives here, wish we will be able to have peace with the Lebanese. We used to have good relationship with the Lebanese in the past. My family origins are from Lebanon. I wish I could go and visit Beirut as a tourist to see my grandmother's home, okay, and the synagogue where they prayed. I wish for peace every day, and I will be on the first bus to Beirut to come over there and to arrange tourist tours between Beirut and northern Israel. Unfortunately, as long as there is Hezbollah that doesn't accept the very existence of the state of Israel and the very existence of me and my family living here in northern Israel, we cannot have peace with this kind of an organization.
Okay,
it's not
but I'll
about
circle you back to the question that I asked, is Israel willing to negotiate for peace? Because that didn't look like a negotiation.
Of course, we are willing to negotiate for peace. Our hand is reached for peace since the state was established. It's in the Statement of Independence that we reach our hand to peace with every neighbor that is willing to talk with us. The Lebanese were not even willing to sign the maritime deal that was signed 3 years ago about marking the maritime border between Israel and Lebanon. They were not even willing to sit with us at the same room and sign the agreement. When I am interviewed with Lebanese that are based in Lebanon, first I'm interviewed, not like this panel. First I'm interviewed, and then they are interviewed, or vice versa. They never put us both at the same time online. Lebanese that are speaking with the Israelis, even over the phone, are at risk of being jailed in Lebanon. This is unheard of, and it's not happening in Israel. Israelis would love to negotiate with the Lebanese about peace, but let's start with the very question. Can you make peace while Hezbollah has that much power inside Lebanon?
Okay, all right, let's put that to Omar. Can Lebanon negotiate for peace while Hezbollah pulls the strings?
Yeah, think of just literally the one side and just how biased you have to be in framing that issue without actually being able to even consider the other side of this. Can you make peace with Israel as long as this fanatical government is in power of Benjamin Netanyahu? And when she talks about, we're not attacking Lebanon, we're attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon, turn this around for a minute. If Hezbollah started targeting Israeli soldiers in Israeli cities and dropping bombs to assassinate Israeli commanders, would anybody entertain this?
Just let Omar finish. Thank you, Sarit.
So it is an entire
yes, I will let him if he will tell
in which Israel can do whatever it wants, but everybody else has to be as peaceful and withdrawn as possible. And frankly, to put it to the words that David attempted to put in my mouth earlier, in again desperation, accusing me of wanting to keep Hezbollah armed, I frankly could not possibly be happier if Hezbollah had disarmed and everything in Lebanon was as peaceful and quiet as possible. The question is, how do you get there? And the way you get there is by having a carte blanche for the regional bully to behave however it wants. And this idea that, as you noted, the UN is saying that Israel has violated the ceasefire nearly 10,000 times in Lebanon. And so if that's not a good enough authority for David, and his definition is Israel bombing Lebanon is actually not a violation of the ceasefire, and it's still on the Lebanese government to abide by that ceasefire and then look for a way to have peace, peace with whom exactly? As long as Israel is behaving like a rogue regional state, there's not going to be peace in that region. That's the fundamental problem. Israel wants to have it both ways. On the one hand, they want to be able to stop Palestinians out of existence, occupy them, deny them their basic rights, and bomb anybody in the region that dares to object or stand in solidarity with Palestinians. And the only way to have peace with Israel is to submit to Israeli dominance and power and to say Israel can do whatever it wants. If you want that kind of arrangement, by all means, you can have so-called peace, but peace that is not based on justice is not going to represent the peoples of the region and is bound to lead to an explosion sooner or later. The only way to deal with this is for Israel to understand that other people in the region, the Palestinians, the Syrians, the Lebanese, are equal to Israelis. And if Israel has the right to self-defense and freedom and opportunity and whatever they want to, then everybody else in that region should have the same rights as well. But Israel doesn't want to have it that way. They want to keep the boot of occupation on the necks of Palestinians, on the necks of the Syrians in the Golan Heights and now beyond, and on the points in South Lebanon that they insist on holding, but everybody else has to be peaceful and withdrawn and abide by whatever Israel dictates to them.
Okay.
Pursue that if you want to. It is not going to lead to peace.
All right.
Okay.
So
These are so many lies at the same time. Because
really briefly, Sarit, because I'm going to hand it over to David. Very briefly, please. Keep it briefly, Sarit, so I can hand it over to David.
I am saying that these were so many lies at the same conversation that truly I don't know where to begin. Israel is not posing any threat to Lebanon for so many years until Hezbollah started the war against us. Hezbollah was preparing for this war for so many years.
Okay, you made that point earlier, Sarit, so I'm going to hand it over to David because you've already made that point and we're running out of time. So, David, I'm going to hand it over to you so as to not repeat and backtrack on territory we've covered. David, do you think that Israel is acting with impunity, that the current government is preventing a dialogue because of their actions? Do they have something to answer for here too?
I'm going to speak again. I'm going to keep this confined to Lebanon. I'm going to go to your claim about the UN UNIFIL's cataloging of technical breaches. Now, technical breaches are not necessarily illegal. Again, the UN is not sitting there trying to take sides or justify an action or one or another. They're sitting there and cataloging if something happens. Now, again, this is where international law comes in to see whether that action has a justification. Any use of force, right? Use of force in international law is neutral. Technically, it could be an aggression. Technically, it could be self-defense. It depends on the context and the facts. So this is how I would classify the UN's cataloging of these breaches of the ceasefire. As for the Lebanese government and its offer of peace, it didn't exactly do that. What the Lebanese government has consistently said is we're willing to negotiate on the precondition that Israel first ceases its military operations in Lebanon and withdraws from Lebanon. At the same time, it is not unwilling to undertake any action against Hezbollah. We've heard consistently from President Joseph Aoun, from Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, from Tom Barrack, who's as close to anything as a confessor that Lebanon has, that the Lebanese will not undertake any forcible disarmament of Hezbollah. So if you're asking Israel to withdraw now, and then you take the matter of Hezbollah back to what the Lebanese have said is dialogue and consensus, what this will mean is that you're going to ask Hezbollah really, really nicely, will you disarm? And Hezbollah has said no, right? Not just north of the Litani River, south of the Litani River. And no, 4 civilians were not killed alongside Haytham Tabatabai, according to Naim Qasim, who sat there on November 3rd, last Saturday, 3 days ago, detailing the 4 people who were killed alongside Haytham Tabatabai. And this is Naim Qasim, the head Secretary General of Hezbollah, detailing their organizational status in Hezbollah.
More than 20 other civilians were also wounded.
So
anyway,
but so
okay,
again,
let's get back
if
to
we want to get into the specifics of international law, if we want to get into the specifics, but they weren't killed. You alleged earlier that they were killed. No civilians were killed.
Okay.
28 people of undisclosed identity were wounded, and that is unfortunate collateral of warfare. That does not make the strike itself illegal, right? We have to balance distinction, military necessity, and proportionality. This is how every operation must be assessed under international law, under LOAC.
All right, we're almost running out of time, so I'm going to move us on. I'm going to make sure that we all keep our answers short because we are really up against it now. Sarit, I said I would come to you. I want you to respond, but also I want you to comment on what the US Special Envoy Thomas Barak recently argued, that the only way to neutralise Hezbollah's power is if Lebanon signs a normalisation or diplomatic accord with Israel. Do you think that's correct?
I think that's a part of the idea. It's correct, but again, if this would mean that we will sign an agreement, peace doesn't mean an agreement. Peace means peace, okay? If we will sign a peace agreement, and on the other side of the border, there wouldn't be an armed terrorist organization that has an aspiration to eliminate the state of Israel, that is building tunnels and military infrastructures against us, this is not peace. If it's peace and it means that there is no Hezbollah in South Lebanon, of course it's peace, it is welcome, I would love that. Now I want to comment on what was said here. During the war, Hezbollah claimed responsibility to shooting rockets towards Israel. About half of those claiming responsibility were to the Israeli communities in the Galilee where I live. Some of them were too specific where I live and landed over here where I live and sent me to the bomb shelter in 15 seconds, which is not happening. So the one who is targeting civilians deliberately is Hezbollah, and admitting, saying that clearly in Arabic.
Okay, I have a question for you on that, though, Sarit. Because the UN peacekeeping patrols have also been targeted by Israel. They say it was accidental or misinformation, but on numerous occasions, UN peacekeepers, UNIFIL, have been hit by Lebanese, by Israeli. They have indeed. So is that just a mistake? Is Lebanon's military not as precise as perhaps they like the world to believe? If they're accidentally hitting, and this is from the UN, this is not my interpretation. The UN is saying that. So does Israel have a role to play in the disintegration of the situation here?
I want to explain what happened here with the UN during the war, because you asked. The UN was asked by Israel to evacuate its positions in the areas that we maneuvered. Again, we maneuvered to defend ourselves only after 9 months that we had daily attacks by Hezbollah. Okay? The UN refused to evacuate from those areas. We never targeted the UN deliberately. But war is the kingdom of uncertainty. It's a chaotic situation. And when a UN truck, without any coordination, is entering into a battlefield, when IDF is shooting Hezbollah and vice versa, it may get hurt. And yet, do you know how many UN soldiers were killed by Israel in the current war? 0. None. We never targeted the UN. In the IDF maps, the UN appears as sensitive assets that you should avoid from targeting.
Okay.
We never target UN. We want to take care of the safetyness of the UN. Now, go back to all those years.
Sarit, I need to interrupt you there because we're running out of time and I need to give Omar a chance to respond. I apologise, but we are really up against the time here. Omar, you have a right of reply there.
Said a lot of things
real quick. There's a question of credibility here.
UN organizations, and I want to talk about
Okay, we can come back to that. Let me bring Omar back in because, you know, we're covering a bit of old territory here. Omar, go ahead.
There is a question of credibility here. When you look at what has been proven in Gaza, meaning doctors, Western doctors, including Jewish doctors, saying that Israeli snipers...
Omar, I need you to focus on Lebanon and Hezbollah. We can't be focusing on Gaza because we do not have the time. Omar, if you have something to say about Hezbollah and Lebanon, go ahead.
Israel has a proven track record of targeting medics, UN workers, children, anybody who's coordinating with the Israeli military about their location. The ambulance that was going to pick up Hind Rajab in Gaza, the Palestinian 6-year-old girl, was coordinating with the Israeli military and was targeted and bombed anyway. So when you come along
talking about Gaza, you're not stopping him.
That flies in the face of overwhelming evidence
let Omar finish, please.
By everybody, every entity that has investigated Israel's conduct, including the United Nations and a slew of human rights organizations, including Israeli human rights organizations, concluded that Israel deliberately targets civilians. So again, if somebody's going to come and lie to you and tell you that the most aggressive rogue regional government that has a proven track record of attacking civilians suddenly does not attack civilians, again, you can believe the propagandist on behalf of that government, or you can look at the objective record documented by people whose job it is to provide objective analysis of these situations and see that they absolutely have targeted civilians and continue to do so.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This panel is not professional.
If I may interject on this point, because I think I actually have something substantive to add.
David, go ahead.
I don't know what's happening here.
We'll let David
don't even let me finish talking about Lebanon.
Very, very briefly. We have mere moments. Very briefly, so I can bring David back in for a final comment.
We are talking about Lebanon. We can have a separate discussion about Gaza. Israel is not targeting civilians. The UN failed for 20 years in reporting the military deployment of Hezbollah in South Lebanon, not even reporting, okay? And that's why we are now in the current situation.
We only target civilians in Palestine, but not Lebanon. Might not be the best defense, but you do you.
This is not what I've said. Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm saying it's documented very thoroughly in the Palestinian territories, but sure.
Okay, but that's not Sarit's point. That's not what Sarit said there, Omar. So, David, because we're almost out of time, final thoughts on Hezbollah, Lebanon, the current state of negotiations. Is there, I mean, if our panel can't agree, how can we get to a negotiated peace?
Well, again, let me just comment on the friction with the United Nations. There was an incident, again, I document all this stuff on a Long War Journal tracker that I put out weekly. The latest issue was put out this week, and I try to cover all sides, all claims. There was an incident with the United Nations where Israeli forces had directed gunfire towards a UN patrol, not knowing. The UN reached out to the IDF, and the IDF ceased fire, right? So if the IDF were intentionally targeting the United Nations, once they were informed that there was a UN patrol that was being targeted, they would have continued targeting rather than ceasing fire. Now, look, yes, this panel can't agree because what we're bringing here is perhaps a degree of subjectivity and subjective opinion. This is why I keep resorting to international law. This is as objective a metric as we have. It delineates the obligations of all parties. In this case, yes, Israel should withdraw, should cease operations in Lebanon, conditional upon, and this is what the ceasefire terms require, conditional upon Lebanon's disarmament of Hezbollah, not even full disarmament, but beginning to undertake a genuine process of disarmament, which we have not seen yet. And again, this is in compliance with Lebanon's obligations under international law. This is in compliance with Lebanese law. And at that point, if Israel continues with its military activities, then Lebanon has something to say, look, Israel is in violation of international law. We've done our obligations. We've done our duties. What Lebanon has done so far is to engage in rhetoric, nothing on the ground but theatrics, and to claim that they have fulfilled their obligations while Israel has not.
We've lost connection with Sarit, so I'm just going to give you a very brief final word there, Omar. Should the government be doing more to prove that it, in good faith, wants to continue on these negotiations? It wants to move further down the path. Should the government be doing more?
The government has to be given the opportunity to do more. And the way that they do more is by applying one standard to everybody in the region. As long as, again, this is really the fundamental problem and seems to be the point that nobody can address. As long as you say that Israel is a country that is above the rules and above the law and can do whatever it wants, can be in violation of a mountain of UN resolutions, can have its leaders wanted by the International Criminal Court, can violate orders and advisory opinions of the International Court of Justice, and can carry out violence wherever it wants to, and then to turn around and say the Lebanese government has obligations to behave a certain way, it's laughable on its face. You're only going to end this problem by treating everybody, by making sure that everybody who has obligations can meet them. And until Israel understands that it is not a country that is above the rules and above the law, and it has responsibilities too to make sure that the region is safe from its bullying and its unlawful behavior, and primarily Palestinians have an opportunity to be a free people. That is the path towards peace and stability, and that is how you empower the Lebanese government to take meaningful action to restore its sovereignty throughout all of this territory.
Okay, it is a very difficult topic, and I appreciate everyone's diverse views. Particularly, let me thank Sarit Zahavi, whose connection we lost, and unfortunately, because we've run out of time, we don't have time to reconnect with her, but we thank her for her thoughts. Former IDF member and president of the Independent Research Centre, ALMA. David Dawood, thank you for being with us, sir, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, and Omar Badar, the Middle East analyst based in Washington, D.C. We appreciate everything you've brought to Counterpoints. Thanks for being here. And thank you for tuning in to this debate. It was a very intense one. You can keep up to date with all of our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube so you don't miss any more debates like that one. You can also follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. NATO members gather in Brussels to discuss Ukraine peace plans as US negotiators fail to achieve a breakthrough with Putin. Meanwhile, the French president travels to Beijing to discuss the ongoing conflict as well as trade ties with China's President Xi. And Israel announced the Rafah crossing will open in the coming days, allowing Gazans to enter Egypt in accordance with the ceasefire agreement. Now, NATO foreign ministers are in Brussels today as they discuss ongoing peace talks to end the war in Ukraine. Last night, US negotiators failed to achieve a breakthrough with Russia's President Vladimir Putin on the Trump-backed deal. The Kremlin say Putin has not rejected the proposal and the talks were merely the first exchange of opinions. Here's what NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte had to say earlier.
We all want the bloodshed to end, and I strongly welcome President Trump's continued efforts to bring about a just and lasting peace. And as negotiations proceed, we cannot waver in our commitment to Ukraine. We are delivering essential, lethal and non-lethal US capabilities, including desperately needed air defense. And today, we heard from allies who are committing more resources to support Ukraine through Pearl, including Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway and Poland. And this means that allies and partners have already committed now really over $4 billion. Ukraine continues to show incredible resilience. Putin believes he can outlast us, but we are not going anywhere.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who's in Riyadh, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us all the way from Surrey. Wissam, let's start with you, actually. We're going to kick off the show with a question to you. What do we know about the talks between Russia and the US that happened yesterday in Moscow?
Well, let's start by saying these were very high-stake meetings in Moscow. It's a lengthy meeting that stayed for almost 5 hours, which gives a little bit of an idea about how important it was. No agreement has been reached, although we have very recently, a few minutes ago, the White House saying it was a very positive meeting. No agreement has been reached. Core issues remain in a deadlock. And when we talk about core issues, we are talking mostly about how much of the Ukrainian land will be not under Ukraine direct control. Now, why is that happening? We all know that Russia feels somehow emboldened by battlefield gains. Russia was not only using these battlefield gains as leverage in the meeting and the talks, but also it is bragging about these gains and saying it is winning 2 villages every day. Now, we can see, obviously, that the Americans and the Russians are more at ease into engaging directly. You know, we have a direct line between Washington and Russia, which is a bad news for NATO, a bad news for the Europeans. Washington is much more eager into getting this done through a direct channel with the Russians. And Europe and Ukraine remain very skeptical about what's happening. So let's see. We all know that Trump government, they are all very keen on having somehow results that nurture the narrative of Trump making at last and at last the peace in Ukraine.
And Isabel, Wissam mentioned Europe there, and today we have seen the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. He's been speaking, saying that they will stand by Ukraine. It's been a lot of diplomacy happening in the last couple of weeks to try and push a deal over the line. As Wissam said, we still haven't got one. Russia hasn't agreed to anything. But does Europe really feel like it's on the back foot at the moment, especially because at these NATO talks, we can see that family photo being played out right now, and Marco Rubio wasn't there from the US.
This is true, and he absolutely should have been. But to be fair, Marco Rubio himself has been sidelined from a lot of the Ukraine-Russia negotiations, with Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, being the favoured representative of Donald Trump. Look, Europe has quite clearly been sidelined by the United States, is my belief in this. The 28-point surrender plan, which was hugely skewed in favour of Russia and was seemingly okayed by America initially, says it all, really. And this meeting of foreign ministers in Brussels today has been hugely important. Mark Rutte giving a demonstration of what true diplomacy looks like. Undoubtedly, he must find some of the key players in all of this hugely frustrating, and yet he makes platitudes and tries to find common ground. And he is absolutely right that Donald Trump has that capacity to break the deadlock, a unique capacity to do it. Whether or not he can be trusted to do that is another matter, and whether or not he will do it with the right implications, i.e., I've said before on this programme, I worry that he would be looking for opportunities to make himself and his closest aides richer rather than in the interests of international law or the right thing morally. But that being said, there was big progress made in Europe, as Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, was saying 2/3 of NATO members now pledging to invest in American weapons, lethal and non-lethal. And we're also seeing progress on that attempt to turn off the taps forever, as they describe, to really wean Europe's dependence off Russian oil and gas. And, we've made huge progress on that, down from 45% of all of our sources of that was from Russia at the start of the war, down to 12% at the most recent count. So we're making progress. You can't turn those taps off at the, whim, because these things take time and we have to find alternative sources for energy. And let's also not forget that the rise of populism and isolationism is sweeping across the West, and you have countries like Italy, but also we know that the rise of the far right in France, and we're seeing it in this country as well, put pressure on governments to look within their own nations and to avoid perhaps some of these more serious geopolitical crises facing us. And the reality is the cost of living crisis and all of this is escalating out of control and making it very unpopular to invest more money into NATO and to turn off the taps and try and generate, because effectively it will see bills going up, at least in the short term. So, we've seen Italy's Meloni coming out and saying she won't be contributing at the moment to this plan to buy American weapons to support Ukraine. So there are those challenges at home. But overall, Europe is doing everything it can, with Ursula von der Leyen as well, working very hard to try and secure those Russian assets that have been seized through sanctions and to funnel those back into Ukraine as reparations. And there have been some progress on that as well today.
And it's really interesting, Wissam, because a lot of people have criticised Europe and also the NATO countries the whole way through this war. They've said they've just acted too late. They've been too late to the game. And we do hear today, as Isabel said, 2/3 of NATO countries are actually committed to this Pearl program, which will help buy weapons from the US for Ukraine. Over $4 billion committed. But this is, one, not enough money for Ukraine. They could possibly run out of funds by February. And where have Europe been for 4 years?
Well, not only that, I agree with what you're saying, but also very important countries in Europe have been importing Russian energy in the midst of this war. Having said this, I really believe that the right thing to do is first and foremost to end the war, because keeping the war going is only taking us to a very unclear outcome. Let's say that, I'm not contesting the aggressor versus victim narrative that has been the main headline in Europe for the last 3-4 years. But I think the world and America thinks that anything that comes from Europe now that is making this deal more difficult to achieve is kind of sabotage. This is what the deep Trumpian feeling says. At the same time, I personally believe that this narrative of aggressor-victim, which is legitimate, is not productive right now. The West has to really understand, redefine the relation with Russia. Russia is here to stay. The Russian system or regime is not changing. So what do we do to live with that and to put the right guarantees not to have more aggressions? Now, the narrative that has been ruling the game in the last 4 years under Biden has only led to sustain the war. Putin has been gaining more and more territory. This strategy has not achieved a lot. The right strategy is to re-engage Russia in a broader West and a broader set of values that both sides can live with and can work with. How will that happen? I think this is a big challenge for Europe, and I think that Russia believes it holds the upper hand now, both militarily and diplomatically, making it unlikely to settle for anything less than maximalist demands, unfortunately. How do we go from there? There is an absence of breakthrough for now, but there is also a will, and there is these talks that reflect a strategic pivot by US to be ready to engage directly with Russia, despite the strong objection from Europe and mostly from Ukraine.
It's such a complicated situation, and like we have been discussing, so much diplomacy happening, and sometimes we don't seem to be getting forward with these talks. But thank you so much for your analysis and thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And French President Emmanuel Macron has arrived in China for his fourth state trip to the country. The visit comes as Europe looks to counter economic and security threats from Beijing, a critical supplier of rare earths during a time of trade turmoil. Isabel, let's start with you, because right now Emmanuel Macron isn't the most popular person at home in France. So how significant is this visit for Macron right now?
Yes, well, there are those people who make the same claims about Prime Minister Keir Starmer here in the United Kingdom, that he heads abroad whenever things are getting a little bit tricky at home. And certainly the international stage is a good place for leaders to go to really build a bit of leverage for their country, for their reputation. And we know that Macron is beleaguered at home. He's got deadlock in his parliament. He's got collapsing approval ratings, cost of living crisis, rise of the far right, all the familiar issues. After 7 years in power, he's less popular than ever. So can he change that in China, this 3-day state visit? Well, certainly he'll be hoping so. And there are deals to be made, and he wants them to be reciprocal. And it is interesting to note that there have been bumps on the road between the two nations in recent years over things like pork and brandy from the Chinese side, and from the French side, there have been objections to Chinese electric vehicles. There was some progress made on cognac back in July. I note that France is the biggest exporter of wine and spirits to China. It's a huge market for them. So if Macron
until
can
China
come back
makes its own wine, Isabel.
Yes, this is true. Well, I know China wants to grow their wine sort of heritage, but they've got a long way to go before they can compete with the French. But it's worth pointing out that, of course, also there's a huge market in China for luxury goods, which, of course, we know the French are really historically known as sort of being the founder of, whether we're talking about Moet or Louis Vuitton or whatever it might be, Chanel. There is a huge appetite and demand for that French luxury. So there there are deals to be struck. He's not just there, though, to try and, shore up deals whilst he's there. He's also there to talk about the previous issue we've just been discussing, because on Monday in Paris, Macron met with Zelensky, and he is keen to try to encourage China to continue, because they have recently been putting pressure on Russia to accept the ceasefire deal, and he will be lobbying there as well to try and broker peace in his own way.
Wissam, let's come to you, because Isabel did mention there bumps in the road between Europe and China of late. We have seen that. But what does this actually mean for Europe, and how closely is Washington going to be watching Macron's visit to China?
Allow me to start with a word about the man, about Emmanuel Macron. I don't recall any personality of this stature who has been that brilliant outside, at least under the spotlight, and that shrinking in his own country. This has been the legacy of Emmanuel Macron, being everywhere outside, on every front, really a deal maker, or someone who is part of the story and who has been so unpopular, facing all the wrong, unfortunate events internally. Now, having said this, I would like to recall an anecdote, a story that has been told by ex-French Prime Minister Jean-Pierre Raffarin, who said that he met one day the Chinese President Hu Jintao, who told him, "You French and European, you have to cooperate with us, because one day, we work more than you do, and one day we'll have to cooperate, or we will not need to cooperate with you, because we'll be able to achieve whatever we want." Now, having said this, now Emmanuel Macron, does he have any leverage with China? I think he still has some leverage, as Europe mostly and as France also. He has the access to a massive, wealthy consumer market. We are talking about the European market. This is where he is playing his, what we can call the BBD, the booze and bags diplomacy. It has been a great card for himself, but he also has, Europe has control over advanced technologies, and it has also the diplomatic legitimacy, and also has control over some very, very niche technologies like aviation and pharmaceutical. Now Macron is putting Europe and trying to insert Europe, and a new love triangle that is being created on a world scale. You have America, China, and Russia. America trying to engage China to push Russia into a Ukraine deal, and also America trying to win Russia into the broader face or confrontation with China. And China is being a major player in those. And Europe, through Macron, trying to be part of this love triangle with not very much of, great prospects for now.
Yeah, it's really interesting how you describe it as a love triangle between three countries right now, and France is trying to get involved. But, Isabel, if we think about France and the leverage that they had, we were talking about booze and bags, and that was what Wissam was saying. They also have pandas, so there's a lot going on for China too. We must remember that. And a whole lot of deals are expected to be signed. But France and Europe have described the European Union, China as a partner, competitor and systematic rivals. So there's still that underlying tension between China and France.
Yeah, but there's a lot more to be gained from the two countries working together. And, the nature of whether it's, bags and booze diplomacy or, geopolitical diplomacy, talking is always beneficial, I believe. And, both countries, France and China, are hosting key summits next year. France is hosting the Group of Seven summit, and China's hosting the APEC forum. And if the two countries have had this bilateral and it's been a success, and they've had this state visit, they'll be in a strong position at both of those forums when their representatives from opposite countries come. So it's smart leadership, a smart move from Macron, and if he can translate that into some sort of boost to his economy, then he'll, it's mutually beneficial to both countries. So fingers crossed, more of us can work together in this way, in a cooperative and a trustworthy way, because China obviously has a history of being untrustworthy, particularly when it comes to spies. In this country, we've had a huge problem with that. So, you have to do it with your eyes wide open. This isn't the golden era, but there certainly needs to be, they're a huge economy, and it would be foolish to ignore them.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's move on to another story. Israel says a Rafah crossing will be opened in the coming days to let Gazan residents cross into Egypt as part of the ceasefire deal. An Israeli official has said all Palestinians will be able to exit through Rafah as long as Egypt agrees to accept them. The route has been sealed off since May 2024 and was temporarily opened in February this year to evacuate the sick and also the wounded. Wissam, actually, this is a big moment. How crucial is this reopening in practical terms for civilians trapped in Gaza? And why has Israel made this decision now?
Well, in practical terms, it is the only practical exit for thousands of trapped civilians in Gaza. Will it be the great floods of humans leaving the strip? We don't think so, mostly because Egypt will not allow it. But also this move by Israel, it will enable urgent medical evacuation that Gaza needs so much. And this is mostly under medical headline right now. And of course, it will reduce immediate humanitarian pressure on Gaza and on people who are really living with almost nothing inside. Now, Israel is also strengthening its negotiating leverage because it is somehow relieving a little bit the pressure that has been mounting on Israel recently. Israel has been listening some unfamiliar things from America recently, like Donald Trump telling Benjamin Netanyahu very clearly, you don't sabotage what I have achieved on the peace front, and you don't also mess with Syria, because this is something important and it's happening under my leadership. So somehow reopening Rafah will lead to a bit less of pressure on Israel, who has been really ready for war for the last 2-3 years, and it is struggling to put down this readiness to be, fighting all the time. Now, being back to civilians, will we see civilian flooding? I don't think so, because Egypt will not allow it, because this is so strategic for Egypt not to allow it, because also the area around Rafah is one of the most militarized areas in the world right now. Is it a zero risk? No. But also there is people in Israel, unfortunately, who still believe that opening, I'm not talking about the government here, people who still believe that opening Rafah would somehow allow people to get out and accomplish within the ceasefire what couldn't have been achieved with the war, which is, pushing out hundreds of thousands of people. This is what some people in Israel think is still possible by not allowing reconstruction, but by not allowing enough humanitarian aid, and by opening the borders to Egypt.
And Isabel, what does this actually mean in a broader context when it does come to the ceasefire in Gaza? We have spoken before about how fragile it is and how difficult it has been to implement.
Yeah, I think if we see the Rafah crossing opening, then it will be a really positive sign. I think it can be used really as a barometer of the momentum of the ceasefire. This isn't something that can be done unilaterally. It takes cooperation from multiple countries, Egypt, Gaza, Israel, and of course all of the nations with humanitarian workers as well having a stake in that. So if it is successful, we don't know the timeline on when that could be. It is a good thing, but let's not forget that since the 10th of October, there have been some enormous number of violations, I think nearly 600 violations by Israel. There's been continued bloodshed and loss of life. We've also seen the return of hostages over the weekend, the remains of hostages, and Israel accusing Hamas of returning false remains, that they aren't the hostages that were taken in 2023. That has the potential to derail any progress on all of this. So I think, you know, we're sort of waiting with our hearts in our mouths in all of this. It's been an incredibly long time. I think it was May 2024, the last time the Rafah crossing was properly open. It was a brief interlude back in February when there was a brief peace ceasefire then. But, you know, the World Health Organization point to the fact that there are in excess of 16,000 civilians who are either wounded or incredibly sick who need to get out of Gaza. So, you know, there are good reasons to open it. It should have been opened a long time ago, but it is a barometer, I suppose, is your question about, you know, what are the wider symbols from this? And it's, you know, whether or not this is a lasting peace. And I sincerely hope that we will see progress on that in the next few days.
But it's really interesting, Isabel and Wissam, because we're talking about the Rafah crossing opening, and we're also talking about people being allowed into Egypt, you know, from the Gaza Strip, but they will still have to be vetted by Israel, and they will still have to get clarification from them if they can move, and Egypt still has to agree to accept them. So it's not as straightforward as people just being able to leave the country at all.
There's actually only few people who will be allowed to leave. I mean, we have to emphasize on this. These are not open borders. This is a humanitarian opening, especially based on medical needs. And, you know, one of the greatest, fears that Egypt has is to see hundreds of thousands of people leaving Gaza into Egypt. And this has been why Egypt has been so keen on not opening, this border. It's not against the people of Gaza, but it's about not letting Israel achieve what it thinks it wants to achieve, which is, you know, emptying Gaza from its people.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Wissam and Isabel. Let's move on now. And President Trump has told reporters he does not want Somali immigrants in the United States, and they should go back to where they came from. Speaking during a cabinet meeting, the US president said America would go the wrong way if they kept taking garbage into the country. It comes as ICE officers prepare to crack down in Minnesota, which is home to a large Somali community. Here's more of what President Trump had to say.
Where Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Isabel, strong rhetoric there coming from President Donald Trump yesterday. It's been condemned by officials, hasn't it?
Yeah, we don't want garbage coming into this country. They've got plenty of it in their own country. A lot of people would argue. Look, we talked a moment ago about Mark Rutte, who's on the international stage using words that he's chosen incredibly carefully. And that is the kind of leadership that we expect those who are running countries, heads of state to use. And to hear the President of the United States, who may have some point about the fact that Somalia is a hugely troubled, war-ridden country after decades of conflict where there is enormous human suffering, and it is addled with problems, yes, but the language that he used is damaging, racist, hurtful, offensive, unhelpful, and as a result, unsurprisingly, has been hugely condemned, not least by Somali leaders in the two cities in Minnesota, which has the largest Somali community outside of the country itself. And there have been concerns and reports that ICE, this aggressive operation of removing foreigners from the United States, were planning big raids on Somali communities. They haven't been stood up, but there have been reports of a handful of such raids over the last few days. And so we've heard from the mayor of Minneapolis and St. Paul coming out and condemning the language of the president. And we've also heard from representatives of the Somali community expressing their concern. And, you know, just to dehumanize an entire group of people. It's not different from the way the president, refers to people based on their gender or the colour of their skin and writes them off, with these sweeping statements. And it's disappointing, but not unsurprising.
And Wissam, were you surprised by the language that Donald Trump used towards the community in Somalia who were living in the United States? Because like Isabel said, it was very strong language and in some ways definitely not helpful.
Well, let's say that political correctness is long dead since Trump came to power, not only 2 years ago, 1 year ago, but from 2017. Now, this language is, of course, offensive, but it's mostly also unheard of in the world of politics when the president of one big nation almost, withdraws the very fact that countries should acknowledge the existence of themselves and, at the very least, keep a certain way of talking politically. But now Trump is Trump. Having said this, I think this is a moment where Trump is really confused between, his political duties and his personal inner rage and feelings against some people. And I can mostly think about what he feels about Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar, for him, is a person who really embodies the revolt of some of the Americans who come from immigration, who in his sense are against what America is about. She comes with her veil, with her background, very, very proud about her political ideas, very proud about, being against the president, not showing enough gratitude in his sense towards the American generosity of making her American. Now, this is not only Trump, unfortunately. This is a huge wave of people who think this way in the Trumpian field. And yes, Somalia is a big problem for the world. And yes, Somalia is an issue that has been going on for the last 40 years. But, do we really need to hear a president who say this about a country? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And I think it's going to go further very soon. Now, we are not talking only about Somalia. We are talking about stopping maybe the naturalization or giving the citizenship process for a lot of people. It's a human drama for many people now in America, and it's also a trauma for many people who fear that their path into citizenship will be stopped maybe very soon.
And Isabel, we have seen a real shift in Donald Trump's language, and it appears to come after that shooting that happened in Washington, D.C., which did target the 2 U.S. guards who were on the streets. And Donald Trump has seemed to have come out stronger than ever against immigration, and that rhetoric does seem to be building in the United States. How dangerous is it, or do you think Donald Trump's just playing into his MAGA base?
Well, let's not forget that his criticism of the Somali community actually began when he was campaigning for his first term as president, when he complained about huge fraud and, has very much had resentment towards the Somali community ever since. There is a growing racist tone to his rhetoric, and there is also a growing disgust to it. We've heard Sabrina Carpenter coming out and condemning the use of her music in a White House video. We've seen Trump terminating temporary protected status for Somalis in the last week. And as you were saying, this concern that the number of countries that are already subjected to travel bans could suddenly be upped to 30. And there's this sort of pause in all those people being naturalized. So, it's a really unsettling time for anyone that's not white and born in the United States, I think. Let's not forget that a generation ago, Trump himself was an immigrant. His mother was Scottish. I do think that it's interesting how there is a certain colour of immigration that is acceptable in certain echelons of right-leaning thinking, and I do think that needs to be said out loud. I think that America has a lot of problems coming down the road if their leader is openly racist and not called out for it by his own team and those people closest to him.
Wissam, what's the end goal?
I do believe that J.D. Vance has been asked about has been asked the very question that Isabel just asked, which is America itself is a country of immigrants. Trump himself is a descendant of German and Scottish grandparents, like Isabel said. And J.D. Vance said, yes, we are a nation of immigrants, but we should not remain that way forever. Having said this, I do believe that countries do have the right to put their rules about who to let in, who not to let in. This is a right, and any country has also the right to say that I need to protect my borders, to protect my culture. This is somehow seen as so not politically correct, or is not liberal enough, but this is what many people in the West think right now, because immigration has been so massive in a way that has not let the immigrants integrate in the right way. Because when we let people massively in, I know what I'm saying is a little bit controversial. When you let people massively in, you allow them to be what they are and not to integrate enough with the values or the culture of the country. Having said this, it's also a very common way of going around things. When you have problems elsewhere, you always tend to blame the weakest. You always tend to blame the foreigner. Now, whenever the economy is going well, it's less about an immigration problem. Of course, what happened near the White House a couple of weeks ago was very detrimental and kicking on this new rhetoric of, against the immigrants, because we had this victim, this 20-year-old victim, who was member of the National Guard, who was killed. She was the perfect victim. She was white. She was 20 years old. She was covering the shift of a colleague for Thanksgiving. And on the other hand, you had one Afghani man who benefited, who worked for the CIA, who came with the CIA, and who somehow decided to kill civil servants. Now, we can unfortunately expect that this rhetoric is not going to end soon. It's going to be part of the next few years in America.
And it's interesting because that rhetoric that you're talking about has been spoken more and more about, even in European countries. In France, you mentioned earlier, Isabel. In the UK too, we see the rise of the Reform Party, and people are saying, Wissam, repeating what you said there, that immigration and the volume of immigration has been something difficult for governments to get a grip of. But thank you so much.
But we have to agree that immigration is a problem. I mean, I'm not talking in a right-wing way, but the issue of immigration is one of the biggest problems facing the West. At least it is one big question that everyone is talking about.
And I think that, Isabel, you would agree with that. And I think that every single government has tried to get a grip of it, and they just can't seem to.
I think this country that I'm in would collapse without immigration. Most of our institutions are supported by a high-level and low-level immigration. I think the problem with illegal immigration is enormous and a huge challenge and hugely unpopular. But I think the rise of the right has massively inflated and decided to blame immigrants for most of the problems that we have right across the West. And I think it's straight out of the sort of fascist playbook, and we should all be very, very alarmed by it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that story, Isabel and Wissam. Now it's that time of the show where Isabel and Wissam have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day, a little bit more light-hearted. And Isabel, let's start with you. And a raccoon that's been found in a bathroom, allegedly drunk.
Oh, well, here's my punchline. You gave away my secret there. I was going to play on how we've been talking about the behaviour of these terrible, audacious people all evening. But this is reports of a masked burglar broke into a liquor store in Virginia, had an absolute riot on the bottom floor, smashing into the whiskey bottles and the scotch, getting filthy drunk, and then found completely passed out in the bathroom the next day by a member of staff. And it wasn't a human intruder, as you said there, Leigh Ann, it was indeed a raccoon. He apparently fell through a loose ceiling tile and was then taken to an animal shelter, who did a sort of full medical on him. And I'm pleased to say they didn't find any injuries, but they said that he did show signs of suffering a serious hangover.
I must say something. I'm just looking at that picture, and I feel like it's not that glamorous for the poor raccoon, is it? Found on the bathroom floor.
We've all been there.
Yeah, more than once, I do feel like, so we know the raccoons well. Not the most glamorous picture, bless him, but he's there, he's alive with some.
He had a good time.
Yeah.
He had a very good time. I think that the alcohol will let him be a little bit happier, and maybe he will need some time off. But it's a great story, actually, very lighthearted.
I wonder if he was on the French wine or the Chinese wine. Unfortunately, he won't be able to give us an answer, I'm sure. But
maybe on some North American alcohol of any kind.
I have no idea what they drink there. Maybe the raccoon does. But
what's the Jack Daniels, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
JD and Coke, maybe. Anyway, Wissam, let's talk about yours, because it's no one lying on the floor after a heavy night out, but it's another really strange thing. A man swallowing a stolen egg worth $19,000. I mean, I don't know what's worse, ending up on the bathroom floor swallowing an egg.
Well, Isabel's story was about a raccoon drinking alcohol, which is pretty unfamiliar. My story is much more familiar until we get into the details. It's about a man who ate an egg. Till now, it's fine, but when we talk about what kind of egg, it's a Fabergé egg. It's basically jewelry. It's a $19,000 valued egg. It happened in New Zealand. The man was trying to steal the object. He is a 32-year-old man who was trying to steal this object, which was made a few years ago. It's not the historical Fabergé eggs, which, by the way, would have cost much, much more. It's a 18 karat gold with 60 white diamonds, 15 blue sapphire, and the guy found that the best way to get away with stealing this egg is to swallow it. He has been taken to hospital because he was immediately arrested. Now, having said this, if he wanted to get away with a much bigger egg with a bigger value, who would have thought about an egg who has just been sold for around more than $10 million, which is also a very important Russian art object. A word about these eggs made by Fabergé, a Swiss-French jeweler who was in Russia, who was working for the Russian imperial family, and most of the historical eggs were made for specific imperial family occasions, like the emperor commissioning an egg for his mother, for his wife, for his daughter, and these eggs are some of the most important and valued objects that have ever been created in Russia, and that symbolizes Russia. This egg we have been talking about is part of the Fabergé brand, who has been revived, who is right now creating smaller objects. Maybe more people can buy these eggs now with these prices, what we are talking about. Unfortunately, it is not it's under embargo in most of the Western world, especially in Europe.
But you know what I found fascinating? Like you did say a little bit earlier, a rare Fabergé egg sold for a record £22.9 million, and that was today, and it was decorated with 4,500 diamonds. It's just something, Isabel, that I would love for Christmas.
Well,
It's
I hope
beautiful
that Father Christmas, I hope you've been a good girl and that Father Christmas delivers on your wish. But this whole story, I mean, it's less glamorous, but it reminds me of a story that is true, that my mother gave her engagement ring to my brother when he was a toddler to distract him. My mum was busy trying to work and she thought, what can I do to get him to be quiet? And he bloomin' swallowed her engagement ring. And she took him to hospital and she has the x-ray of this engagement ring in his stomach. And I'm pleased to say it did pass through and her engagement ring is back on her finger and she wears it to this day. So, you know, this person, this 32-year-old chap's not the first man to swallow diamonds in the world, but there you go.
I'm sure the ring had a good clean and it looks as good as new, Isabel, after
you know, Leigh Ann, if you really wanted that egg for Christmas, it's a perfect Christmas gift. I'm talking about the egg that has been sold in auction today for $22 million, because it's the first time a Fabergé egg has been made with crystal, and it has been decorated for the first time with the ice or snowflake shape that we all know that we see in, you know, in the cartoons and everywhere. It's the little triangles. It's the first time. It's a beautiful object, and it has been made with diamonds, but mostly it is so valued because of depicting the snow flakes or the snow crystals as we see them under the microscope.
I must say something. I don't know if I've been so good. Maybe I've had a little bit of raccoon behaviour, so maybe I'll have to...
It'll be cold for you and your stocking this year.
Yeah, it's going to be cold.
You can try harder next year and see if a Fabergé egg appears. Yeah.
Yes, let's hope so. But thank you so much to our guests, Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster. And of course, that's all for us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you so much for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme today, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff leaves Moscow empty-handed after talks aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. We ask, what happens now? Plus, as tensions escalate over potential military action by the United States in Venezuela, we examine the most likely scenarios. And we ask what President Trump might have in mind. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, efforts to bring about an end to the war in Ukraine continue. Yesterday, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff, together with the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner, travelled to Moscow for talks with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Well, despite this flurry of diplomacy, the path to a deal remains unclear. Russia is accused of rejecting the US peace proposal. That's something the Kremlin denies. Well, the issue of territory remains a core sticking point. And this has left the United States trying to work out what Ukraine and Russia will ultimately agree on. Well, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio confirmed this in an interview with Fox News.
What they're literally fighting over now is about 30 to 50 kilometer space in the 20% of the Donetsk region that remains. And so what we have tried to do, and I think have made some progress, is figure out what can the Ukrainians live with that gives them security guarantees for the future. They're never going to be invaded again, allows them not just to rebuild their economy, but to prosper as a country, be a country that has an economy that grows theoretically, doing the right things. In 10 years, Ukraine's GDP could be larger than Russia's. That's what we're trying to achieve here. So what can Ukraine agree to, given all the dynamics that I've just described, and what will Russia agree to?
Well, I'm pleased to say we're joined now by John Bolton, who is the former U.S. National Security Advisor and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Bolton. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Now, on Monday, President Trump held talks with his top advisors to discuss the pressure campaign on Venezuela. I'd like to start by asking you, what do you think is President Trump's intended outcome with regards to Venezuela?
Well, that's obviously the critical question, and I have to say I can't give you a good answer. I don't know what his desired outcome is. He has said it's not regime change, but on the other hand, he's apparently threatened Maduro with severe consequences if he doesn't leave the country. He's had the U.S. military attacking drug boats. So is it something to do with illegal narcotics trafficking, terrorism? I think the problem is in Trump's mind, it's all muddled together. And he really has not made a final decision. I think he's gotten himself into a potentially difficult position on a number of fronts because, as is unfortunately so often the case, he hasn't thought through in a systematic way what he's trying to accomplish and what he needs to do to get there. So it would be embarrassing in some circumstances not to be able to give you a direct answer, but I don't think Trump himself knows.
He has deployed the world's largest aircraft carrier and several other military assets to the Caribbean. Do you think we're looking at a situation in which U.S. military intervention in Venezuela looks increasingly likely?
You know, I'd have to say from all the steps that have been taken that the answer to that question is yes. I think Trump would look incredibly foolish and really harm his own personal image, not to mention the United States, if he's brought the Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group all the way from Europe to the Caribbean and then sends them back effectively without using them. But this is an example of the confusion in Trump's thinking. It's the cart before the horse. He brings in this incredible military capability without deciding what he's going to do with it or what he hopes to achieve. And now he's got a problem that if he doesn't use it, he looks even more erratic than in fact he is.
Now, we've agreed that we're not sure whether regime change and overthrowing President Maduro is indeed President Trump's desired outcome here. But in your opinion, is that the right outcome? Would President Trump be right to want Nicolas Maduro to be overthrown?
Yes, I support overthrowing the Maduro regime. We supported that objective in the first Trump term. We used essentially economic pressure, but unfortunately not nearly enough to accomplish that objective. I think the U.S. has a significant national security interest at stake in Venezuela, the presence of a major Russian contingent, their surrogates, the Cubans, the Chinese, the Iranians, using Caracas as a base for financial activity and support for Hezbollah. All of these are threats to U.S. national security and to our colleagues in the rest of the Western Hemisphere, not to mention the people of Venezuela that have suffered under the Chavez-Maduro regime for 25 years now. So I think we've got good reasons to want to seek a regime change. I think we would be justified in using military force. But given that we tried to work with the Venezuelan opposition in 2018 and 19 to oust Maduro and failed, I think it's incumbent on the administration to get it right this time. And that's what I'm worried they don't have.
So what's your sort of forecast with regards to what happens next? Do you envisage a negotiated exit for Maduro? And we have had some insights into that following on from the telephone conversation between President Trump and Nicolas Maduro. Or do you think military intervention is the more likely route? What would be your prediction?
Well, I'd be surprised at this point if there's not some military activity, but whether that's enough to convince Maduro to go, whether it splits the top ranks of the Venezuelan military, I have to say I'm skeptical. Back in 2019, when the opposition launched what it hoped and believed could well be a successful regime change effort, they found that the Russians and the Cubans had basically said to Maduro, "You're not leaving." And I think given the stakes that those two countries, not to mention China and Iran, have in keeping that regime in place, they may not respond overtly to the use of military force by Washington, but I think they'll try and have Maduro's back and convince him not to leave.
Let's start talking now about the situation with regards to efforts to broker an end to the war in Ukraine. I'd like to start this chapter by asking you why you think Steve Witkoff is leaving Moscow, by all accounts, empty-handed.
Well, I don't think it's surprising he's leaving empty-handed. His initial plan, at least according to press reports a few weeks ago, was essentially a perfect from Russia's point of view. And indeed, many people thought Russia had given him the plan and he had taken it as his. It's been scrubbed by Ukrainians and European friends of Ukraine in Geneva. A week or so ago, it was discussed again with the Ukrainians by Secretary Rubio, and many changes were made. Now, if what we're entering into now is a period of negotiation, this all plays to Russia's advantage, because I think Putin and the Kremlin believe that they can persuade Trump that they're making the better case. But as of now, I don't see any progress. My prediction for the rest of the year, let's put it that way, would be simply that the fighting continues. There may be additional discussions on a potential deal, but I think for now it appears stalled.
In an article in the British newspaper The Telegraph, you described Steve Witkoff's brokering as being, quote, simply pro-Russian. And I'd like to ask you what you believe his motivations are. Why would he be pro-Russian?
I don't think he has the slightest understanding of 35 plus years of tension between an independent Ukraine and Russia. I think his knowledge of history and the region is minimal. I think he acts like a real estate dealer, and there's nothing wrong with being a real estate dealer, but the Ukrainians are fighting not for a specific piece of territory that can be divided up. They're fighting for their freedom and independence. It's existential for them. And the Russians, although I don't agree with the Kremlin's position, under Vladimir Putin, they're fighting to recreate the Russian Empire. That's pretty important for them. And the idea that some utterly inexperienced, uninformed negotiator, simply because he's loyal to Donald Trump, is going to find an answer here, I think is naive and potentially dangerous. It's certainly dangerous for Ukraine, which has faced now nearly 4 years of unprovoked aggression from Moscow.
We've heard from the Russians yesterday. In fact, President Putin said the Europeans aren't serious about peace and that Russia is ready for war. What do you make of that?
Well, I think this is obviously part of the Russian propaganda effort to show their resolve has not weakened at all, that they still believe victory will be theirs. And indeed, there are plenty of indications that the Russians think that after almost 4 years, this war of attrition against Ukraine may be close, perhaps in the spring, perhaps by the summer of next year, that Ukraine's military will simply crack. I don't think that's right, but they may be gambling. If they can simply keep this going for another 8 or 9 months, they may get not only the territory they've been asking for, they could get much more as well.
There are quite a lot of analysts who are suggesting there are some splits in the ranks of the Trump administration when it comes to foreign policy, particularly this issue. Are you detecting that? Some are talking about strong differences of opinion, differences of approach between, for example, Vance and Rubio. What are you detecting?
Well, I think there are splits. I think they are beginning to emerge on Ukraine, but perhaps on Venezuela as well. A big part of Trump's base is really fundamentally isolationist, and they don't see why protecting Ukraine is in America's national interest, although I believe very strongly that it is. And they certainly, this MAGA base, do not want to see Trump start a new war in Venezuela. They thought that he was going to end endless wars, not begin new ones. I think Vance really reflects that MAGA base, and I think he is in conflict with Rubio. They've done an excellent job of avoiding leaks from the administration in the second term, I have to say. But it also mirrors splits within the Republican Party. I think Republican support for Ukraine in Congress is really very strong, Trump notwithstanding. And I think support is strong in Congress among Republicans for overthrowing Maduro as well. I think they can see the incompetence in the administration, and that's what really worries them. But this is also part of a broader trend that's happening in Washington over the past 30 days. I think people now see, because of the election results last month and special election yesterday in Tennessee, that Trump's popularity is declining and his base is beginning to fragment. So I think he's past the point of being a new president and has begun the slide into being a lame duck president.
Right, and I'm assuming that's what you meant in your Economist piece where you described America as being past peak Trump. Just to wrap up, Ambassador Bolton, on the subject of foreign policy, who do you think President Trump trusts the most when it comes to foreign policy?
I think he trusts his own instincts. I think he listens to people basically to find somebody who agrees with the direction he's already going in. That doesn't mean he always follows his own impulses, but he thinks he knows this game pretty well. I think that's largely incorrect, but he never has lacked for self-confidence. Nobody would ever say that.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Mick Mulvaney, the former Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump. Mick, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you, are you surprised that Steve Witkoff and the rest of the delegation is essentially returning to Washington empty-handed?
Not really. I mean, the pattern has sort of been to return with something that have that something turn out to nothing. So I guess returning empty-handed, if you want to use that term, really isn't that big of a surprise. They need to change the dynamic. They really do. They need to change sort of the status quo. Right now, I think what the American team is realizing that the Russians are not interested in ending the war anytime soon, and they still think they're going to get a better deal on the battlefield than they are at the table. And until that calculation changes, I don't see much possibility for success. Clearly, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to cut a deal with somebody when they don't want to cut a deal.
I mean, what you're saying sounds very much like what a lot of European heads of state and leaders are saying. And they've been sort of shut out of the conversation, or at least they say they feel blindsided and somewhat excluded. I mean, why doesn't President Trump want to hear that line of argument?
Oh, I think it's okay to hear the line of argument. The question is, if you want to have Europe sit at the table with you and have a conversation, who is that? I mean, which of the 27 people speak for Europe? I mean, if it's Ursula, then that's fine, I guess, but I get the impression that it's not. And then within the 27, you've got, the UK, who have done a great deal of work, the Germans who have started to sort of kick in, the French who have been sort of late to the game in terms of actually providing support, and the Spanish and the Italians who've done nothing. So does somebody who doesn't participate in the fighting of the war get to contribute to the discussions about ending the war? I think that's a fair conversation to have. What you're seeing here, though, Tom, is the general sort of antipathy that Trump and his administration have to dealing with multilateral organizations. They don't like them. They don't trust them. They don't really they can't get their heads around them, and they'd much rather deal bilaterally with people.
The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is a notable absentee at the gathering of NATO foreign ministers in Brussels today. What do you read into that?
I wouldn't read too much into it. I know it's going to get a lot of attention because I know that's how people sort of look at the world, but Marco would be in regular communication with those folks anyway. Today is not a really good day for him to be away from the office. If you, judging by the cabinet meeting, the 2.5-hour cabinet meeting that Trump had yesterday, which was televised to just about everywhere, that something in Venezuela could be imminent. And it's probably more important for the Secretary of State, who's also doing double duty as the National Security Advisor, to sort of stick close to home when times are tense like that.
Mick, I'm going to be asking a bit about Venezuela, if you don't mind, in a couple of minutes, so we'll come back to that. But just staying with these efforts to bring about an end to the war in Ukraine, something that Marco Rubio said, the US Secretary of State said, he said it would be irrational not to be engaging with Moscow. I mean, do you think the Americans should be talking to the Russians at this stage, or perhaps do you think it's premature in the absence of any indication from the Russians that they actually want peace?
I know there's several schools of thought on this. I've always been in the same camp as Marco. Of course, Marco was in the Senate when I was in the House. I've known him now for about 15 years, which is nothing usually bad comes from talking to people. I remember going back to the debates between Barack Obama and John McCain about who would talk to who. And it seems like everybody at some point or the other wants to talk to somebody else unless your political opponent is talking to them, in which case you criticize them for talking to them. So, look, I think that's been overly politicized. I see no harm in having the lines of communication open, whether or not those lines of communication are back channels at mid-levels or at the very highest levels. I don't think really makes a difference. It doesn't change, though, Tom, what we talked about at the outset, which is talk all you want, but until you convince the Russians that they want a deal, you're not going to get one. So I'm not sure how much talking changes that, unless there's subject matters in those discussions that I'm not fully aware of.
I mean, Steve Witkoff's been to Moscow 7 times now, by my count. I mean, maybe maybe you have another number for me. But I mean, do you get the impression he's the right person to be negotiating in this way on this sort of issue with the Russians? I mean, he hasn't delivered results. Do you think President Trump might have a change of heart with regard to his...
I suppose it's possible. We hear the rumor that Jared Kushner may get involved. I think Steve has done a pretty good job in other parts of the world. And importantly, and I can't stress this enough, Tom, when it comes to the operation of the White House. I mean, I don't know much about international geopolitics. I know a little bit about running the White House. And having somebody who is involved in those negotiations, who has the full trust of the President of the United States, a full line of communication to the President of the United States, and a read on the President's state of mind, that's probably some of the more important things you can have in a negotiator. I used to tell people when I was a special envoy to Northern Ireland, look, I might not know that much about Northern Ireland. I know a little bit about it, but I do know if I pick up the phone and make a call, the President's going to take it. And that's probably the most important sort of thing that someone can bring to the negotiations, especially when so many decisions, as with the Trump administration, get made at the very top ultimately.
Right, but there are a lot of people on this particular dossier in the Trump administration. I mean, we've talked about Marco Rubio, we've talked about Steve Witkoff, there's Jared Kushner, there's different schools of thought, perhaps from Vice President J.D. Vance. I mean, there are rumors of differences of opinion on what the right approach is. I mean, do you buy into that? Do you think there are perhaps some splits in the inner circle of President Trump?
Not only do I believe it, I would fully expect it. What you've just described is how Donald Trump operates. What you've just said could apply to his negotiations on tax policy domestically. They can apply to trade policy overseas. Trump likes to have more than one senior advisor, sort of more than one senior person involved in negotiations at this level. So that doesn't surprise me. And he's always encouraged sort of debate within his team. He likes people to disagree. Oftentimes, Tom will see himself as sort of a moderator, a mediator, a judge, so that it's okay and, in fact, encouraged to have people who might have differing opinions on how to handle Ukraine, how to handle trade, et cetera. So, no, that doesn't surprise me. In fact, what would surprise me if it was simply one person speaking with one voice for the President of the United States, because that's not how the president works. The only one person that really speaks for Donald Trump is Donald Trump.
So you don't think there's one person who stands out amongst all of these different people as being the person that perhaps President Trump trusts the most when it comes to foreign policy issues?
No, I think it could change day to day. I think it could change topic to topic. For example, I think Marco Rubio is probably the leading voice when it comes to Venezuela right now, but I'd be surprised, I'd be stunned if he was the only voice. Same would be the case with Witkoff overseas, probably the leading voice, but Trump is going to listen to a bunch of different people. I don't necessarily see that as a weakness. In fact, there'd be several folks, I think, who could make the case it's a strength. So no, it doesn't surprise me that it's running like this. If you want to be critical of it, be critical of the results, not the process. Be critical of the fact that Trump thought he's had a deal now 4 or 5 different times. The meeting in Alaska directly with Putin comes to mind, and that's not happened. And that sooner or later, someone's going to have to realize that maybe the Russians aren't that interested in ending this war. And until you change that calculation, the war is not going to end.
Okay, so if that calculation changes, do you see President Trump saying, right, okay, the negotiating table doesn't work, back to the battlefield, let's give Ukraine better weaponry, more weaponry, and give them a better chance of winning this war?
It's certainly one of the options that are available. There's no question. If you ask Trump, he would never take that option off of the table. If he did, it would completely hamstring him in the negotiations. So that has to be on the table. All of the options have to be on the table, up to including completely walking away. That's what you say if you need to try to motivate the Ukrainians to move towards a deal, or escalating the conflict, which is what you might say to negotiate, to encourage the Russians. On that spectrum of possibilities, there's probably limitless options. And Trump is not known for taking them off the table, and I don't expect him to take any options off the table here.
Let's talk about Venezuela. It's already come up in conversation a couple of times, and I did say we'd get around to it. I mean, looking at all the facts before us, looks like there's something of an escalation happening in the Caribbean. What do you think is President Trump's desired outcome with regards to Venezuela?
Yeah, I don't know. This one confuses me a little bit more than Ukraine. I think I understand Ukraine. Again, it doesn't mean that I know how to fix it, but I think I understand the lay of the land and why we're doing what we're doing. Venezuela's a little bit more confusing to me. We had these exact discussion, Tom, in the first Trump administration about what we were going to do, if anything, about Maduro and so forth. And Trump regularly pushed back against any sort of suggestion of military action in the region. Clearly, that has changed, or at least is apparently changed. As one naval expert put it to me the other day, you don't move the George Bush aircraft carrier into a region and not use it. So I think many of us here expect some type of kinetic action in the near future, which is really surprising to me. I still don't foresee a circumstance where Donald Trump would commit land troops, American soldiers on the ground in Venezuela. But it's looking more and more like he is willing to do, some what we call tomahawk diplomacy, sort of a standoff attack from a distance and so forth. That is surprising to me because it is a sea change from where we were in the first term. My guess is it's the influence of Marco Rubio, influence of some of the other Latin nations, and the reinvigoration of the Monroe Doctrine that we are going to pay much closer attention to everything in the Western Hemisphere.
And how's this going to go down with President Trump's support base? Because President Trump came to power very much on a ticket that he wasn't going to be starting more wars. He was going to be ending wars. I mean, there's already some disquiet about certain foreign policy issues in the ranks of Team MAGA. I mean, doesn't this go against what he campaigned for?
It depends. Keep in mind, let's draw some parallels. They're not perfect parallels and analogies, and I get that, but there are some between the action against Iran. It was a one-off. It was a massive blow with tremendous apparent results, okay? And that helped Trump politically. That was well received politically. I think if there's some sort of similar action in Venezuela that is very, very limited, especially in duration, it won't hurt President Trump hardly at all. In fact, I can make the argument if it goes well, it could help him politically. Americans don't care that much about foreign policy, but when we like it when we have successes overseas. The other end of the spectrum there is, though, if for whatever reason we end up getting bogged down in some type of military action in Venezuela, that would be received extraordinarily poorly. It's hard to exaggerate how poorly that would be received. I think right now the polling data would suggest that only like 20% of Americans would actually support a sustained military action in Venezuela, if that high. Donald Trump is not usually on the wrong side of 80-20 political issues. So I don't see him getting involved in something long term. But if that is what happens, that will reflect very badly upon him personally, and also weigh many of the Republicans down as they go into the midterm elections later in 2026, because they either have to choose to be going with a very unpopular president on that issue or against a very popular president on other issues. And that's not a fun place to be when you're running for re-election.
So your prediction would be, you don't think he's going to go for a sustained military campaign in Venezuela. Do you think a surgical, quick, clean strike would be a more likely line of action?
Much more likely. I think the chances of doing nothing are probably about 10%. I think the chances of doing something long-term with soldiers engaged on the ground is probably less than 5%, and the other 85% then would be a limited sort of surgical type of effort.
Okay, and I mean, what is it that President Trump is so upset about with regards to Venezuela? Is it the narcotics or is it the immigration dimension? What do you think it is that's really made President Trump so incandescent with regards to President Maduro?
It's probably a little bit of both. The drugs is serious. It is. I mean, they inflate the numbers, of course, in terms of the number of deaths that they've prevented with their military action up to now. They try to claim that, they've killed enough drug runners to save X number of American lives, but not nearly that many people died from fentanyl drugs overdoses in the United States in the last couple of years. So there's a little bit of hyperbole in there, but don't let that distract you from the fact that Trump really does care about the drug flow and really does care about immigration. I don't think that's the only difference, though, here, Tom, because that existed in 2019 when I was the chief of staff. Both of those conditions did. The Venezuelans were running drugs, and they were encouraging the illegal immigration on our southern border. That hasn't changed. What's changed is Marco Rubio, an aggressive anti-communist, as you would expect a Cuban American to be, taking the role of the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. Again, I'll come back to the same thing we started off with, which is what surprises me is that John Bolton was just as eager to do something kinetic in Venezuela as it appears that Marco Rubio is. So I'm not sure what's changed, but clearly we're looking at a possibly different course of action than we took 5 years ago.
I mean, if you asked Nicolas Maduro what the main interest was that President Trump had in his country, he would probably point to the estimated 300 billion barrels of oil that Venezuela sits on, a fifth of the world's oil reserves. I mean, is oil a factor here?
I would think so. I mean, Trump has several times, suggested that foreign policy under the Obama administration should have focused on, taking more oil out of the Middle East. So is that maybe floating through Trump's head? Probably. Now, I don't know what form that would take. Again, I can't imagine it would be an invasion with an American takeover of the oil fields. But there may be some calculation here that dealing with the next Venezuelan government might be more beneficial to America when it comes to getting Venezuelan oil. Certainly, that would be part of the calculation. But I don't see it as sort of a precursor towards an invasion.
Just lastly, I want to circle back to Ukraine very briefly, because we've got a bit more information than we did at the start of the conversation about what's being discussed in Brussels at that NATO gathering. We've heard Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, saying in the last hour or so, NATO is a defensive alliance. We will remain a defensive alliance, but make no mistake, we're ready and willing to do what it takes to protect our 1 billion people and secure our territory. I mean, this comes the day after President Putin said the Europeans wanted war and that Russia was ready for war. I mean, what do you make of this? Are we looking at a serious escalation here?
I don't know if you're looking at a serious escalation, but certainly the rhetoric is a lot hotter than it has been recently. I think and I have this conversation with a lot of my American friends, it is important to note that Ukraine is not a NATO country. I get it's important. I'm not trying to diminish that. And the domino theories, I get all of that. I'm as aware of that as everybody else is. But Ukraine is not a NATO country, and we should not treat it the same as we would a signatory to the treaty. But yeah, to your point, that is a much higher level of rhetoric. If anything, I'm glad to see that the European nations took Donald Trump's chastisement to heart several years ago when he encouraged them to increase their defense spending, because this seemed to be the way the world was going with a Putin-led Russia anyway. So, look, I'm not too worried about a dramatic military escalation yet. But certainly, increases of inflammatory rhetoric often do presage such developments.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Mick Mulvaney, former Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to William Alberg, who is the former director of NATO's Arms Controls, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. As we speak, NATO foreign ministers have been gathering in Brussels. They're holding talks there the day after that famous set of talks in Moscow that doesn't seem to have yielded a result. Interestingly, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio isn't there in Brussels. Is that significant?
It's at least unusual. The NATO is famous for actually moving the dates of foreign and defense ministerials in order to accommodate any potential U.S. absence, the U.S. being such an important member of the alliance. The last time I could find that this happened was back in 2003. I think it was in June 10 to 12 when Secretary Powell could not make it because of the Gulf War. And even in 2017, under Rex Tillerson, he had indicated he wasn't going to make it to an April 2017 meeting. And so they moved it to March just to accommodate him. So it's unusual. I don't think it's necessarily a signal. I think based on everything else that's happening today, it makes a little bit of sense for Rubio to want to be flexible. But still, it's not something that happens very frequently at all.
Knowing NATO as you do, and knowing what's been happening in the last few days, what do you suppose the mood is like in that room in Brussels?
I suppose the mood is very dark. I think they're really watching very closely as the U.S. negotiates with Russia in Moscow. It's a little bit disheartening because the European position, which was in solidarity with the United States, was nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine in the room. So to see Jared Kushner and Witkoff in a room with Vladimir Putin without Ukraine at the table is disappointing. I would also say there's a little tinge of optimism because they have managed, I think, to reshape the initial draft that we saw of the Russian proposal into something a little bit more acceptable. And I think the lack of a big signature, meeting at the end of it, the announcement of some big breakthrough, leaves everyone a little bit cautiously optimistic that perhaps Putin is up to his old tricks.
Right. I mean, President Putin said that document in its current form, this fine-tuned, as President Trump put it, a version of that original 28-point plan, President Putin said it could be the basis for future agreements. I mean, as you say, there is some cause for some optimism. He hasn't written it off outright. But you could also argue that he's playing for time here, isn't he?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, why did this proposal emerge right now? Clearly, Russia wanted to leak the proposal in its maximalist form to put Ukraine under pressure, but also, I think, to distract from a U.S. Senate effort to impose even stricter sanctions on Russia. You'll recall the last time we really saw a push for peace was when Trump threatened secondary sanctions on Russia's trading partners. So I think that plus the EU, the European Union's effort to confiscate Russian seized funds also gave Russia an impetus to do this, to take these two proposals into the long grass and to advance on the battlefield with no real intention of accepting anything other than an absolute maximalist position that I think Putin knew Ukraine would never accept. But maybe he hoped that the United States would be willing to put Zelensky under enough pressure to accept it. In this regard, I think the European pushback on this has been very well designed and timed, and I think we're back sort of like to square one at this point. But again, we'll see. More could come out over the next day or so about what the meeting is and what the next steps are.
Yeah, I mean, a number of European countries have expressed some disquiet about the fact that they believe they have been sidelined by President Trump's efforts. And I just want to ask you why you think President Trump would want to sideline the Europeans.
I mean, let me give the most generous interpretation that he really does believe that he can make a breakthrough here, that he really can, if he just puts things in the right way, find a path towards peace. And so I think in that regard, having many, many voices at the table is not the most efficient negotiating mechanism. So I can understand, given, again, the most generous interpretation, why he would do that. And the most cynical interpretation, obviously, he wants to keep them out because ultimately Ukraine, no matter what happens next, is a European issue with global consequences, of course, but it's in their neighborhood. So they're going to want a better deal than I think the United States would be willing to fight for. And ultimately, any peacekeeping force is going to have to come from Europe. So, he wants to keep complicating factors out of the room, basically in order to have carte blanche to come to an agreement as he sees fit. But again, I think every time he's done this with Putin, he's run into that brick wall of Putin not wanting to stop at all and doing this more for cynical reasons rather than actual genuine moves for peace. So on the one hand, I understand why you would want Europe out of the room for efficiency's sake, but ultimately Europe is going to have to be heard. And I think they've been very effective behind the scenes at working with Trump and his team to try to push back a little bit. And again, maybe that's why Rubio is closer to the president right now rather than in Moscow or in Brussels.
Do you think there are divisions in President Trump's inner sanctum on what the right way to proceed is on this particular issue?
Oh, I think it's absolutely true. I think the J.D. Vance and Hegseth part of the cabinet very much, and Tulsi Gabbard and all those folks, want to wash their hands of this particular conflict. I presume they're very excited about going to war with Venezuela now, I guess. I suppose that's what's happening. And so the appetite for Europe and for Ukraine is very, very low. And I think Rubio has been playing a much smarter game, trying to make sure that if the president engages, he does listen to other people. He listens to Zelensky and he listens to the Europeans. So I think Rubio, has a longer-term view of European allies and U.S. interests in Ukraine and some suspicion of Russia. And again, Hegseth and Vance are just willing to throw European and Ukrainian interest under the bus for the sake of, what they perceive as the base's desire to disentangle.
Do you think there are some allies of the United States that are trying to persuade the United States, persuade President Trump of a new approach, perhaps? I mean, looking at the situation on the battlefield right now, Russia has the upper hand, and I think everyone agrees that, okay, they're not making lightning speed advances, but they are making advances. And I'm wondering whether perhaps that is affecting the dynamic of the negotiations. But were that to change, and were Ukraine to be given more equipment, more material to be able to somehow reverse those gains and reverse the fortunes on the battlefield, whether perhaps that would change the nature and the mood of the next set of negotiations, which perhaps won't be for a little while?
Look, if this negotiation really comes to nothing, I think the Europeans will have a clear path to convince Trump, as you said, to change his approach. Because, as I mentioned before, the United States has been most effective in terms of bringing Russia to the table when it threatens something that Russia really cares about, for instance, its access to trading partners. So I think it should be pretty easy to convince Trump that a maximum pressure approach is wise. It's a phrase he's used before. It's something that he's taken credit for before. And you've seen in other negotiations, very difficult ones that he's been involved in, he's been willing to turn on the party that you most thought that he would be backing in order to get to an agreement towards peace. So I do think it is possible, and it should be possible, for the Europeans to convince Trump to put maximum pressure on Russia, not just to threaten it, but to do it, to actually start sanctioning secondary trading partners like India for taking Russian oil. And I think if that really happens, and if he helps the EU confiscate Russian assets and makes new moves from the United States point of view to put Russia under pressure and to, as you said, supply Ukraine with more equipment, then I think you could see Putin's point of view change very, very rapidly, and him be willing to accept a much more a peace that's much more stable and much more in the interests of long-term stability and the Europeans.
Right, and we don't know how many people have died in this war, but the US estimates are that 1.2 million men have either been killed or injured in this war. We can assume that a large number of those are Russian. Right. But, I mean, can President Putin really keep this war going with losses like that, with round after round of sanctions? I mean, isn't he feeling that perhaps the time is coming, we're getting to a stage where this war does have to come to a conclusion?
I wish I could say yes. I don't think so. I think his appetite for losses, his willingness to accept casualties is truly astonishing. And I mean, no one could have predicted this. In Afghanistan, the Soviets lost a fraction of the number of soldiers that they've lost in this conflict. And it created a widespread movement against the government. The mothers and wives of the Afghan veterans was a huge force in bringing about change in Moscow. So the fact that they've lost, an order of magnitude more soldiers, and yet they still are hitting their conscription targets. The fact that he's put his entire economy on a wartime footing, the fact that they're actually increasing missile production. I don't think we can underestimate Putin's appetite for casualties. At the same time, I don't want to throw out the notion that peace could happen very, very quickly even if it were on terms that were friendly to Ukraine, and Putin would portray it as victory. We have to remember he is a dictator in total control of everything the Russians see and hear, and he would have no problem at flipping his base and making them say that whatever peace deal he came to right now would be in Russia's interest in a total victory. So on the one hand, I think Putin will continue the fight because he has the resources to continue without additional U.S. sanctions, without additional EU action. He can continue this fight for quite some time. At the same time, he could stop it tomorrow if he really wanted to. And so it's a matter of shifting him from the status quo position of incremental gains on the battlefield and the continued slaughter of Ukrainian civilians to, negotiating on the basis of a long-term stable peace like the Europeans have been pushing for, with Ukraine firmly embedded in Western political and military structures to prevent this from ever happening again, and still call it victory. And he could still say, maybe Zelensky holds elections and someone else wins, and he says, see, I denazified Ukraine, everything's good, we won. So we'll see what happens next. It's a really tough situation, and I wouldn't want to be in Zelensky's shoes. It's such a difficult position he's in, and the internal pressure that's happening in Ukraine right now, and watching all of these negotiations powerless from the sidelines while his people are suffering. It's a really tough position, but I think he should hold firm here. And again, we'll see what happens over the next few days about these talks that happen in Moscow.
And just lastly, we heard yesterday President Putin saying words to the effect that the Europeans aren't serious about peace and that Russia is ready for war, he said. And I'm wondering how that will have gone down with the foreign ministers gathered in Brussels. And an extension of that point, he sounds like he's really trying to drive a wedge here between the Europeans and the Americans. And, some might argue he's having some success.
I think you're absolutely right that he is trying to drive a wedge. And quite frankly, it's remarkable how little daylight there has been over the entirety of the past 12 years, say, between Europe and the United States, that Putin has continually disappointed Trump in his talks. And I think that will continue. But yes, he certainly wants to divide Europe and the United States. This is a long-term Putin goal. This is a long-term Soviet goal. It goes back 70 years trying to separate the United States from European security because Putin knows he can intimidate and threaten and maybe even conquer Europe, as the Soviets always threatened to do, in a conflict if the United States doesn't intervene. So that wedge is very important to Putin. But so far, I think the allies, especially here in the second term, have really learned how to work behind the scenes to help Trump to try to achieve his goals without throwing them under the bus. And so the division is not as big as I expected. And again, depending on how these talks, how the fallout goes, we could see actually the U.S. and European viewpoints align on Ukraine. That's what I'm hoping for anyway.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. William Alberg, always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Now, turning our attention to South America. Is the U.S. on the brink of conflict with Venezuela? Well, President Trump has indicated that he wants Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, to be removed from power or for him to be put behind bars. Well, this comes at a time when U.S. warships are reportedly within striking distance of the Latin American country. But why is President Trump targeting Maduro? Well, there are a few main reasons. Firstly, he blames Maduro for the surge of Venezuelan migrants, claiming that President Maduro is emptying prisons and, quote, insane asylums and forcing inmates to migrate to the United States. Secondly, as part of President Trump's war on drugs, the U.S. accuses Maduro himself of running one of Venezuela's drug cartels, while Maduro denies both of these accusations, saying that President Trump is only really interested in Venezuela's oil reserves. Well, we're joined now by Venezuelan journalist Diego Sequeira, who joins us now from Caracas. Diego, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's look at the situation as things currently stand. There are estimated to be 15,000 American troops in the region. The USS Gerald Ford, a massive aircraft carrier, is there, along with numerous other vessels that have been sent to the Caribbean. Tensions, lots of threats. How's that affecting the mood in Venezuela? What is the mood in Venezuela right now?
Well, you know, if you walk, I'm in Caracas, you know, Caracas is the most populated city in Venezuela, and I work in a very crowded area. I'm not there right now, but this has been the case for at least almost 4 months. People are basically about their own business. People, you could say they are unimpressed, maybe some moments of anxiety regarding, for example, the flights, the no-flight zone that they're trying to push in Venezuela. But basically, we've been here before in general terms. I mean, of course, there's a big difference now with the buildup in the Caribbean, but this is not the first time we've been under very heavy pressure. I actually went to the beach yesterday, which is a half-hour drive from Caracas, and there was a lot of normie families around, and I even got to see a commercial flight passing by. So this shows you that at least at this point, this pressure, this psychological shaping of the situation, it's not working as they think they want them to work, because it is one of the most definitive elements here. It's precisely to try to find some sort of internal reaction, some social breakdown, or something that ease up the regime change effort we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the United States has carried out numerous strikes in international waters on boats that are alleged to have been carrying drugs, cartels, figures. More than 80 people are being killed in the strikes. And I'm wondering how that has gone down in Venezuela. What are people saying about that?
Well, they look at it pretty bad. I mean, you don't have to be a Maduro supporter to see through what's going on there and see how unfair that is. And basically, it amounts to a crime, a war crime now, as we've seen the media landscape addressing precisely the admiral who, at the first attack, double-tapped survivors. So, and it's clear also that it's in a very opaque way that it's been introduced to the public. It's basically a gray zone they created to do summary executions to people that they don't actually show any kind of evidence supporting the fact that they are drug traffickers whatsoever. And there are even further technical aspects. They state that these small boats are sending fentanyl into the United States, but these boats, first of all, are not able to reach U.S. shores, and second of all, there's no drug producing in Venezuela whatsoever. This is a fact acknowledged by the UN. It's also acknowledged by the World Customs Organization. It's also acknowledged by the DEA properly. So, and especially fentanyl. I mean, Venezuela, it has a problem of being a transit point, which amounts to 5 to 7% of the drug flows that comes from South America. 87% or more comes from Ecuador and Colombia. And so this is basically counterfactual. This has nothing to do with drugs. It is a very dangerous chapter that's been opening regarding the region. And but it clearly shows that it's not about drugs. Also, you can see what happened in Honduras recently with Juan Orlando Hernandez, former president, who was actually indicted with smuggling 400 tons of cocaine into the United States and a 45 years jail time and condemnation. And he has been pardoned by Trump, and he has been lobbied up by people close to Marco Rubio. So one more time, this shows this is not about drugs.
Okay, I mean, if the goal here by the United States is to somehow isolate President Nicolas Maduro, including amongst his own population, and I know there's a strong opposition movement in Venezuela, is it having the desired effect? Is it having the effect Washington wants it to have, or is it perhaps having the opposite effect and actually translating into a sense of sympathy and a sense of perhaps solidarity with President Maduro?
You know, there's the opposition spectrum in Venezuela is actually split. You have a more rational legal opposition, and I say legal because they actually acknowledge, they recognize the the democratic process, and they recognize also Maduro as a president, and they also are against sanctions, and they are also against a U.S. military adventure against Venezuela. There's an extremist faction, yes, that do support this. I think it's a smaller one. Of course, it's rallied around now around Maria Corina Machado, the recent quote-unquote peace laureate, Nobel Peace Prize laureate. But this feature has happened before. Back in the first Trump cycle administration in 2019, they also did a lot of bravado about coming into the country and trying, no options are off the table and so on. And this didn't have the effect they were expecting. I mean, regardless of people supporting Chavismo or not, and there's a strong base also that supports Chavismo, the Bolivarian revolution, they are not supporting foreign meddling to that extension and to that level and this level of intensity. I think the difference has to be established here. And also, if something gets to happen, think about for example, a hypothetical airstrike, it's going to have a stronger blowback, and it's going to have even more general rejection. There are even polls that actually shows that at least around 80% of the population are against this way of solving our problems. So that sets up the picture of how there's not an actual consensus regarding a military attack or the regime change efforts that we're seeing right now.
Okay, so in a scenario in which the United States deploys ground troops to Venezuela, what sort of a reception do you think they would be given?
I think it's the usual reception for a foreign power to occupy a nation. We've seen it before. We've seen it, I mean, ever since this century started, just to frame it a bit, that's usually the case. So think about Iraq, think about Afghanistan, think about any other country that has been occupied, especially by a foreign superpower, and specifically by the United States. This wouldn't be different. Although I think the military occupation or invasion is one of the least probable scenarios currently. They don't have enough manpower to do this. It amounts, yes, to 40,000, 50,000 troops, but you need above 100,000 to be able to occupy a country with the extension of Venezuela. In that case, it actually will fall into the usual asymmetrical trap. And also, this is, by the way, Venezuela's military doctrine. It focuses mainly on asymmetrical warfare and also integral defense, which involves, it is a whole of a society approach, which, if given a scenario of a more kinetic scenario, it will prove to be the way that in which the United States could have a hard time. So, and military planners and even think tankers are actually aware of this scenario, and most of them don't recommend it. Most of this, by the way, it's relying on some sort of internal breaking point, some sort of internal, quote unquote, regime change effort in order to ease up and make things easier for achieve these clearly stated goals against Venezuela.
Okay, we'll come on to that in just a moment, but just staying with the military scenario, I just want to ask you, I mean, there are people who are concerned, some analysts, that a ground invasion could trigger a broader regional war. I don't know what you think of that. But I also want to ask you, if Venezuela were to be invaded by the United States, which of Venezuela's allies, I mean, who are Venezuela's allies, and would they come to Venezuela's defense, do you think?
I don't think there's a probable scenario in which we're going to see, I don't know, Iranian, Chinese, or Russian troops coming to help Venezuela. I think they help enough regarding with a comprehensive agreements that Venezuela has already. And what sense does it make to come and help a country that would be unable to defend itself? Venezuela relies basically on Venezuelans, and it could be a bleak scenario. And you can also expect, for example, some more informal reactions, as you know, volunteering from the region or even from the outside the region, joining in Venezuela's defense. But this scenario in which any of these big players gets directly involved in the war effort, I don't see it happening. But you have to take into account that one of the reasons this is happening is precisely to try to expel from the region any other player that it's not the United States, be it the three big multipolar betters like China, Russia, and Iran again, but also other foreign players that also are involved in Venezuela and with Venezuela regarding trade and oil. So this is one of the main reasons they're doing this, and they won't stop if it gets to succeed in Venezuela, which I highly doubt it still. They won't stop there. This is not about only regime change. This is about regional change as well.
Let's talk a bit about President Maduro and how strong his position looks right now. He held a rally on Monday. I mean, thousands of people attended that, although that doesn't necessarily mean very much because thousands of people could also be a minority, politically speaking. But have you seen any shifts in his popularity, and is he looking vulnerable?
I don't think he's looking vulnerable right now, even though with such a, it's unmanageable amount of intense pressure. I don't see that happening. And, in several junctures, especially throughout the last 5 years, in which Venezuela has gone through significant hardships. I'm thinking about, for example, the early days of COVID, in which we were already in this awkward and strange divide with which part of the foreign international community was actually recognizing an unvoted imaginary president. People ended up recognizing as the problem solver the Venezuelan government and Nicolás Maduro himself, because it is not only a matter of support, a matter of just political support to Nicolás Maduro. There are two things here that need to be taken into account. First of all, is that common Venezuelans won't do the bid for some opposition activists very close to the United States in order to allow them to reach into power with their own blood. That's one of them. And the other one is that people here are far more interested in keeping up their normalcy, which has been slowly and slightly recovered from 10 years of economic terrorism and sanctions. And this also explains why people aren't that worked up currently. That's the actual main priority right now. And it is this government that has been giving that, regardless of some economic difficulties, which are not the ones from the past. But the other thing is that this is not the first time, like I said before, that Venezuela and the president have been under a massive amount of pressure. I can't think of other countries that are able to endure as much as President Maduro has, and also capable of maneuvering the way he has, regardless of the impact many of this foreign meddling has had. And also the internal difference that might exist.
And I want to ask you about the phone conversation that happened reportedly on the 21st of November between President Maduro and President Trump. President Maduro was given a one-week ultimatum to leave Venezuela. And obviously that ultimatum has been and gone, although airspace was closed, as we've been saying in the last few days. Are there any signs, or are there any people who think that it's likely that President Maduro will go quietly?
Yeah, I don't think that's the scenario. I have heard many people saying, people not from Venezuela saying, like, if it's the proper agreement, he will, but that's not how things work regarding sovereignty, independence, and national commitment. And I know they seem to sound like tall words, but they do have a meaning, and they have a deep meaning, especially when you are holding the line and facing this kind of threats for such a long time. And especially if you lose some ground because of all this, and this is basically what you get, because if you don't have this, you don't have anything. And this is very much ingrained not only in the president, but throughout the country, including people that not necessarily support him. Also, there's no actual legally grounded no-fly zone. This has been based on a post by President Trump after a NOTAM, a not to airmen, but there are still, of course, there are less, but there's still commercial flights going on. Colombia has just ordered the airlines that aren't working, that obey this NOTAM, to resume flights, and some airlines haven't stopped flying to Venezuela. Yes, the number has reduced, but there's still an active air traffic. So I think that's important to take into account as well, because this also cuts through the bravado that's we've seen, and also including the bravado that the ultimatum proves, if that was the actual case, because I haven't heard anything from the Venezuelan side, so I'm cautious. And where does the facts start and the spin ends?
I mean, Dig, you're making it sound like the majority of Venezuelans are standing beside their president, standing behind their president. They support their president. He's been in power for 12 years, having replaced Hugo Chavez. The economy is in a dire situation and has been for most of the last 12 years. There was an election last year that a number of countries, not just the United States, believe was a sham election and that the real winner was Edmundo Gonzalez. That's certainly what the United States would say about that election. Is there a sense that perhaps it's time for a change in Venezuela, or you don't seem to think that anyone is of the opinion that the country needs to have a change of direction?
Well, I don't know exactly change of direction as a whole. I do think that many things need to improve. And also, I might add, on the macroeconomical level, things have actually improved, and this has been shown by the UN properly. The Latin American Economic Commission shows that Venezuela now has recovered and is one of the fastest growing economies in the hemisphere. Same with oil production. After bringing it to almost to a full halt 5 years ago, and into a 99% decrease of oil revenues, currently it has reached the monthly 1 million barrel mark. So things have slowly actually recovering. This doesn't depict also a rosy picture of where we're at right now. We don't have the supply and storage situation we had 10 years ago. We don't have the same problems regarding power purchasing, but there are many important issues to be addressed and need to be solved. Many of them are strictly related to the sanctions and blockade program we've gone through for the last decade. And also, I might say that maybe it's not the full support to the president, but there's the support to defend Venezuela from this kind of violent operations, which I might add, it also includes it doesn't need to, like I said before, it doesn't need to be supporting the president automatically, but supporting and defending the country from this kind of dangerous situations.
Okay. Are we hearing anything from the opposition? Because, I know a number of opposition leaders over the last 12 years or so have actually been put in prison. A few names spring to mind, like Leopoldo Lopez, and there have been others as well. Are the opposition seizing on this opportunity as they may see it and being vocal in perhaps encouraging the United States to go ahead and bring about some kind of a change of leadership in the country?
Well, you have the usual suspect, the usual extremist opposition, which actually Leopoldo Lopez is one of the staple representatives, same as our Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who also vocally supports military operation against Venezuela. And she's been quite frank about this for a long time, but this is not the case of the whole opposition. Many of the segments of opposition realized back in 2019, 2020, they were basically losing their complete political capital because this was pushing them to the abyss, which parties like Voluntad Popular, Leopoldo Lopez party, fell into, because one thing is political prisoners and another thing is politicians in jail. And by the way, Leopoldo Lopez is fine and alive and well in Madrid currently. And he was able to leave the country in a very, he was able to leave, but I don't think that was much of a stealthy move. I think he was allowed to, but that's just a personal opinion. And the problem here is it's about the opposition hegemony and the ways and means of being represented in media, and also their own courage in stating their own position. That you have another high-profile figure like Enrique Capriles Radonsky, who ran for office against Hugo Chavez first and then against Nicolás Maduro, who actually doesn't support a military operation against Venezuela. They could be a bit more vocal, if you ask me, but I also know for a fact, and this is an informed opinion, that many of these people are actually under far more pressure than Chavista politicians from the more extreme oppositions. Many of these opposition politicians have also been sanctioned by the United States, so that should also tell you something about the situation regarding the more moderate legal factions of the opposition.
Okay, well, I've been told we're out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you for your time. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Diego Sequeira, journalist in Venezuela. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English, here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be some body, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just said it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him when
With gritted teeth?
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters, these people on this committee. They tend to give the prize to left liberal people, well, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent. Why is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is a good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually. But it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, you know, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. You know, Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, you know, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with the, you know, had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So you know, the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange, really, because the UK, you know, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had a pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. With their screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course, of course, of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be. I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country, and it's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do, and he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like a. He's a lot. He's. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites, but worse, because a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. he's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very, very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say to make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. They put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT. What do you use it for? What do you use it for? Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer. But ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your questions are clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight." And I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, we're all simple, we're human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody. Oh, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system. And look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. A disaster. We were it's now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway, most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things,
such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. But, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You can say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we're going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then, but we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea. And as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, oh my God, and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, I mean, yes, get out of that. But then the various, I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street, quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. This is a full-time job. I'm writing a lot, I'm drawing and painting, and I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things, so I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you kind of back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get lost or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well that you've ever fought. So is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be they will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform, this great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour are wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about, and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue. And we have to be vigilant in support of free speech, and people should not be jailed for for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. I mean, that's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And, I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Or maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. That's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Now, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems. And this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila." And no more Nazis. I mean, there never were any Nazis, but you can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end at
other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.